Do you guys want a refresher?
I remember in details, kinda.
I remember the prompt. I remember the world. I don't remember my character.
Yeah, I have the same
Dragons.
issue.
Dragons everywhere.
Okay, well, characters are what we're going to be discussing, but I want to set the stage of the world before we delve into characters. So, you're in Faerun. The apocalypse happened, I believe I set it to be about a year ago. Tiamat rose...
Oh,
Pardon?
was it that little? I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, in my head it was 5 years, but a year is cooler.
Well, that's where I'm starting this.
Oh,
We're
okay.
going to go on from there. So, Tiamat rose, the world fell. Pretty much all of the chromatic... No, that's the metal ones. The
No.
other one.
Chromatic is the
Metallic.
coloured ones, metallic is the metal ones.
Right. Fucking got it backwards. Right, all of the chromatic dragons rallied behind Tiamat, and effectively the world was just washed over with dragons. It was crazy, it was brutal, and most civilizations didn't stand and fight. This wasn't a one great war that will, our children will tell the tale about. This was a horde of marauding dragons that basically washed down from, the very top of Faerun, almost in a wave, just attacking settlements with overwhelming numbers all at once.
How long did their conquest last?
Well, that's what I was going to say. The year. So the year that I'm talking about is about as long as it took the Dragons to just devastate any resistance in the world. Most civilizations were driven either underground or into wildernesses where it's not clear whether the dragons did this intentionally, but if you fled a city and ran into the wilderness, you were basically left alone. If you acted like you were just a wild, free-roaming creature and driven into the woods, you were left there, presumably to be used for food later. So, basically all of humanity was driven out of civilization. So it wasn't a grand wiping out of all the mortal races, it was more a setting you guys back to the Stone Age. So houses aren't necessarily a thing that anyone owns anymore, and when people started coming back to the cities, they found the paladins. So every form of civilization in Faerun now is owned by the paladins, who were previously the Cult of the Dragon. Upgraded from cultists in weird masks, they are now a zealous religious organization which pretty much has the power structure, usually worshipping a dragon that a lot of them are actually sitting in a city. And if I can drag you guys to a new map, so...
Oh, I should have
So
that
it's
open.
Stone Age or subjugation.
Yes. Right, so can you see this map of Faerun?
Sure can.
Right, so the dragon symbols on the map, which I'm hoping you can see,
Yes.
Yep.
are cities that are occupied by a known ancient dragon.
Oh.
The only ones I've noted are the ancient ones, which, as you know, are creatures that I would not recommend a party below level 10 taking on.
At least.
At least, yeah, that's bare minimum, and you would need a fair few magic items and a really good plan. So the world is occupied. Do you also notice that there is a weird,
Yep.
line around a certain part of the map?
Sure do. Big
Right.
blue line.
So we move into Phase 2, or what I would like to call Second Apocalypse. So, living in the world under Tiamat's rule has been difficult, and it's the middle of summer, and suddenly the temperature starts dropping rapidly. Within a week, the temperature drops to minus 49 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 45 degrees Celsius.
Jesus.
So now it is literally unlivable to be outside without winter gear, and everyone needs winter gear. Animals are scarce as it is, because it's post-apocalypse, so getting winter gear is going to be the first thing you all need to do in this campaign. It's not necessarily going to be a, here is an enemy to go find and fight. It's going to be, how do we survive in this current climate without literally freezing to death?
Does that affect me as well?
Hold on.
Say, suddenly my character morphs from human to
Tiefling.
No. I'm not human.
Yeah, he's making a joke.
No, but he.
Oh,
John
okay.
Smith is human. Right. So
Right.
I'm hoping you guys just got a pop-up for I see what you did there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
These are the rules for extreme cold.
Is this going to be a theme? Is everything just
Oh
pun related?
no.
I mean, we're in Lord Freezer's domain, so...
Yes. This is the domain of Lord Freezer. This is arc number 1 of this campaign.
Well, I'm not a reindeer and I'm not a snowy owl.
You are not.
Damn.
Holy fuck, 1 level of exhaustion an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so yeah. I mean, that makes sense, though.
So you
guys
die in
quicker than
4
that.
hours?
If you fail all 4 checks, you die in 4 hours.
Yeah, and that's probably slower than you would actually die in this climate. I don't know.
Does the marker over Waterdeep have any meaning, or is it just there?
It does indeed. So this is where pretty much I am going to try and start the campaign with all of you finding each other to cohesively come together as a party. Now, being that this is session 0, this is where I ask, how do you all know each other? This is where we establish the bonds and figure out how you guys try to come together as a party to survive not even any kind of threat other than just the climate right now.
I can start. So
Please do.
I know Luna, or Mel's character, by technically stealing her from her old master. I am her quote-unquote master. She is my familiar, but I am too stupid to realize that, and I think she's a very good friend.
Yeah.
And I know Jean, or Basker's character, because once the apocalypse started, I helped him escape the dragons and smuggled him out of a city.
That would likely be one of the cities, like, near to where the marker is, so around this area. As you can see, one city got worse than the others.
What area?
Yeah.
Did
Right
you?
here?
Oh, okay.
Still around the marker, so.
Yeah, sorry.
So around this area, I know the map of Faerun very well. So over here is Neverwinter, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a village called Red Larch around here-ish.
Yep.
And
Red Larch should be directly here.
really?
Has Neverwinter been renamed to Everwinter because of the climate?
Okay, and here is Waterdeep. So for me personally, the best city, regardless of where we're starting, would be Waterdeep because we've played Dragon Heist and I'm most familiar with that city as a person, not a character. But if
Played in
that's
most.
too major of a plot point for you, I could be in Neverwinter or Red Larch as a small gang thing.
You were in a city. If you were in a city right now, you would be dead.
Yeah, no, I was. We talked that we escaped near the end. I'm talking about before we escaped.
Then yeah, if you want to have been settled in Waterdeep, then that's more than okay.
Okay.
Whatever city you want to have started in.
So yeah, we helped smuggle people out of here when the apocalypse started, and we had the gang going, and then we were forced out by the fucking dragons, who all breathe fire, by the way, even the cold ones.
Yeah.
That's me. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
So, Blaze, in your lore thing, it says 6 years after the fall of the world, worshippers of Bahamut lost their connection to their god.
Yes.
And now
So-
we're a year. Still Bahamut's still around?
So, okay. Timescale-wise, that means Tiamat rose,
Uh-huh.
5 years passed, then
Yeah.
the dragons took over. So it took them a while for
Cool.
her to get
Yeah.
them all together. They're not
Yeah, she was-
exactly an easy bunch.
Yeah, she was gaining traction, marshalling her forces, getting more cultists, etc.
Wait. So you're telling me the world knew Tiamat was hanging around out of hell, and they didn't do shit about it?
Okay, do not get him started on this. This is the whole point of this campaign.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
he literally said that in a world where adventurers fucked around and never got around to beating Tiamat.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
okay, yeah, but he was doing that to roast us because we were the adventurers, all right?
Yes!
Yeah.
Absolutely!
Yeah.
Oh,
backstory
so
is-
it's sour
That's
fault.
why I
Okay,
said
cool.
go get him started.
Cool.
I incorporated
Yeah.
that in my backstory. So John's father was part of the adventuring group, and he had to leave to go teach at university. So like,
Fuck.
I had it written into the backstory that he knew about the Rise of Tiamat and like began hoarding supplies and shit and started teaching John some spells. But the timeline's a little fucked because in the backstory, when like all of that shit was going down, I have John at 13 and I have him 6 years later right now at 21. So like, is my
yeah.
character a child?
Mm.
Oh,
No, because like
Mathematically, that does not
the
work.
process to bring like Tiamat out of hell is a very long process. Even if no adventurers stop it, right? You don't just hey get out, and she's like okay cool. It's a lot
Yeah.
of fucking sacrifices and shit.
Yeah.
Well, okay, because
and you're right, Dan. I just double checked my math and oh buddy, how did I get a degree?
Um,
What's the drinking age in cities?
In Faerun, like
again,
12.
I feel like I've explained this several times. There are no cities for you.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
pre-apocalypse, it was probably like 15, 16.
Yeah, pre-apocalypse, 15, 16.
Really? In a medieval-ish setting? I feel it would be closer to like 12, 13.
No,
Well-
because there's magic in this world, and no one needs drunk wizards. Okay.
Yeah, like remember, this isn't like a strictly medieval setting.
Yeah, it's a
because,
fantasy setting, fair enough.
like the Temple of Gond has actual robots working in it, or at least it did before dragons. So yeah,
Now
It's
it has
close.
robot dragons.
now it has robo dragons.
That's
Yeah, I
terrifying.
mean, we're
You thought
looking.
Draco Liches were scary.
Oh no, just wait until like we kill Lord Frieza for the first time, then he comes back all mechanicalized.
Oh no, the
I
Warforged
had
Dragon
considered
Clerics.
that.
So yeah, if you guys do you guys take refuge in woods?
I
That
think
seems
would
like
be
that's the option.
yeah.
Like,
I was
it
going to
seems-
say, just from a purely trying to survive point of view, dragons can't see you from the sky if you're in woods.
Yeah.
So most people find themselves moving to heavily wooded areas for survival. Like, it's harder to be hunted if you're in woods. A lot of monsters have the same idea, so it's kind of become a bum rush between
Yeah.
the open plains are nice and free and open, but the woods is full of everything trying to get by.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever dealt with has anyone's character like dealt with any politicians or anything?
No.
I mean, I've killed a few.
Well, yeah, besides you. I'm trying to see if there's any other connections my character would have.
Maybe through my
Definitely.
father. So like the way that I have the backstory set up is John's dad was like a head researcher at the university. So he could have been contracted with several politicians, but there's a degree of removal because John was, younger and wasn't fully in that world. So he's just a
Right.
fledgling wizard.
Hmm.
So it's possible, but not as I've explicitly stated.
Yeah, I don't know that we could have passed by each other. I don't know if we would have had a
I mean,
conversation.
you could have met him when we were helping, like the gang, quote unquote, was helping smuggle him out at the start of it all.
Oh yeah, that too. That would work.
Mm.
Are the dragons on the map actual dragons?
Yep.
Great.
Would we know that, or is this just player information?
This is known to the world because the dragons on the map are sitting on or in previous civilization cities, which are now owned by the paladins and have basically become those dragons' base of operation. So the dragons have mostly moved out of caves and now own entire cities that consist of paladins and slaves. No one there just comes and goes freely. It is police state level dragon territory.
Dragon police.
Okay, so that's actually worse than I was imagining.
Welcome to the apocalypse.
Well, yeah,
AC.
fair enough.
ACAD. All cops are dragons. So is this the representation of Frieza, or is this?
One of those is freezer, one of those is cooler.
Ah,
I see.
Oh, we're
I
doing
see.
this.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. I mean, my character's not going to know that.
I'm gonna use my chemistry note. Oh god, how am I gonna take notes?
So you guys were in Waterdeep and left.
Yes.
/ were driven out.
So we'd be like, I don't know, maybe hiding here-ish in like the crypt of whatever the fuck you call it woods.
Oh, I need to point out.
I think that's a lake, isn't it?
That is
I've
Crypto
mostly
Garden
played in
Forest.
homebrew worlds, so I don't know the Sword Coast at all.
Hmm.
At
I
all.
know very little.
Which
Then again-
forest is mine?
The Mine Forest is the Mere of Dead Men, which is the one that the red marker is pointing at.
Oh, so that's the Mirror of Dead Men.
Yep.
So where's
Yeah,
Waterdeep?
I fucked up earlier. Waterdeep is like on the coast right here.
Oh, yeah. So Waterdeep's there, and I think
Everyone
Candlekeep
is
is
there.
like there. Well,
The fuck
was
is
there.
This is Neverwinter.
Yeah, Neverwinter's up
This is
here.
Waterdeep.
Yeah,
Red Larch is here.
yeah.
Yartar is somewhere here-ish. Like
Yartar has a big dragon sitting in it.
Right.
Did Elturel still go to Avernus?
Yeah.
Cool. So
We're going through all the lore.
So basically, the city that's probably the best off is Elturel, and it's in hell.
Yep.
Oh well, at least they're warm.
Lovely.
They are that.
So lovely.
Quispy.
So
Very crispy. When did the temperature start to fall? So, like, obviously we've all been hiding out in the woods. Is this just like at the start of the campaign, things are cold and we gotta figure it out, or has it been cold for a little while?
It's been cold for a week, and the temperature dropped so dramatically quickly that it is clearly not natural.
Okay.
Liz, were you trying to say something?
I can't remember.
God damn it.
I just wanted to go turn up Lys's volume, and I right-clicked on myself because my name is Melissaville in chat.
It's almost like you should have changed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like one of you named yourselves Melissaville and the other Basket Weaver. It's not confusing at all.
Well, he's Baskerville, and he named himself Melissaville, so I'm like, well, I'm Basket Weaver then.
No,
Let's
I
go.
didn't name myself Melissaville. Somebody named me Melissaville. I haven't set my nickname in any chat that I'm in. Yet every chat I have a nickname.
Well, it looks like Drew's the only one with the power to do that, so...
Then it must have been me fucking months ago. I don't remember this.
Which does
Sounds
check out.
like you did something to deserve it.
So everybody's in the Mire of Dead Men.
The idea is that, yes, everyone
Wait,
by the cold was driven towards the coast because it got colder from not the center, but it got colder like outwards. So you were pushed away by the cold and were able to keep it at bay until you hit the coast and were like, well, we can't fucking walk into the ocean at this point. Like, it's just cold now. We can't run away from it anymore.
But there is the sliver down here that is slightly out of it.
Of course it is. That's a mountain. If you're here, you're falling.
Yeah, the problem
There's a
with that
path?
is it's coastal. So, to give you a little bit more backstory, people did congregate there. It was outside of the zone of cold, which was great until both the paladins and a very big dragon came along and basically harvested an entire group of people trying to camp out there as slaves. So, it's
Okay.
possible to go stay there if you would like, but it's unlikely you'll stay there for long.
So
again, you're out of the open.
when you say slaves, what exactly do slaves do in a dragon-driven like world?
Basically anything the dragon wants done. So, if the dragon wants food, they either produce it or are it. If the dragon wants riches, they have to go try and gather it. If the dragon wants clothes fashioned, because dragons can take human forms, so sometimes they like luxuries, that's for the slaves to do. And if they die doing it, then again, food.
Do the dragons have trade routes established between the different cities?
Not something you know as of yet, but
Okay.
something to keep in mind, because they must do somehow, right, to get food in and out, especially if one's just frozen this area.
I would say theoretically, yeah. Also, I'm imagining that we don't know the boundaries at this point of the zone of cold, because it's only been a week.
You don't as characters, but as players, I've given it to you. In case you want to try and exit it.
You mentioned something about militia, which is like halfway between paladins and slaves.
Mm-hmm.
What? Remind me of what that was again?
Okay, so basically, the Paladins of Tiamat get a lot of applications because there are a lot of people in the world that go, well, if we're going to be fucking ruled by dragons, I submit to this rule because that way I get food. And militia are basically that. They are peasants that have been armed with swords and leather-ish armor. They aren't always totally dedicated to Tiamat, but they are serving whatever dragon because usually serving whatever dragon comes with the benefits of you eat and the dragon doesn't immediately eat you.
So is militia a step above slave, or is it the same?
In terms of rank, they're about the same, but militia is slightly above. They can't exactly order the slaves around, but it's a side grade.
Treated a little nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they serve dragons out of fear, but they don't worship Tiamat out of like fervent belief, which is why they can't be paladins.
I mean, it's not necessarily can't. It might mean that they haven't got to the rank of paladin yet, or that there aren't enough supplies to upgrade someone to paladin, so they're just stuck at the rank of militia, or someone in the paladin ranks doesn't like them, because in any evil organization, it basically comes down to whether the higher-ups fucking like you and not if you're any good at what you do.
Yeah.
Are
So
the paladins mortal race? Or are they draconic-ish?
Paladins are mostly human, but there are some dragonborn mixed in there. You haven't seen much of anything else.
You said elves mostly fled, right?
Mm-hmm. Half-elves and whatnot didn't really have a chance, but full elves, anyone with access to the Feywild, fucked off to the Feywild.
Yep. The orcs now move around as like a roving.
The orcs are still orcs.
I mean, the orcs are now more orky, I would think.
Okay, this is a weird one to say. Orcs have gone a bit Roman. Orcs now roam around in phalanx formations. Like, they had to adapt to the harshness of having to take on dragons regularly, and only the strongest and orkiest orcs survived. So orcs are pretty tough now. If you meet orcs, they're orcs that have gone through some shit.
But orcs aren't broken. They haven't bent to the dragon rule.
You know, that depends on the clan.
Yeah.
Some yes, some no.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Survive free of oppression of the quiet in the Feywild. Dwarves mostly underground or wiped out.
Similar to every other race, yes. Dwarves just seem to have the luxury of having more access to underground places.
Totally.
Now, were the dwarven underground cities subjugated and conquered by the dragons as well, or are they untouched?
You haven't been to one yet to know.
Yeah. If the dwarves were smart, they would have collapsed the entrances into like, the first 3 upper levels.
Yeah, like that'll stop a dragon.
It'll slow the fuckers down.
I was going to say, depends on the dragon and if they can be bothered, because a lot of being alive in the apocalypse is basically just being lucky that the dragon can't be bothered or doesn't see you as important yet.
Do you have any information on where Tiamat's hiding out? Because
Anybody does.
I was to say, like, has there been like any mainstay rumors or anything like that?
Tiamat has.
Head honcho.
I was going to say, Tiamat has necessarily no base of power. Tiamat basically took over the world, and then for all intents and purposes, fucking disappeared.
Yeah.
And it's not that Tiamat has been turning up in spotty locations, or that there is some rumor about where Tiamat is. Tiamat, like, just stopped being. And no one's really sure why. And it's weird that the dragons didn't immediately go to war. So, if Tiamat had actually been slain or fully fucked off, you'd probably be seeing the chromatic dragons being fully engaged in war with each other over the place. But they're not. Even red and white dragons, as you can see on the map, are bordering each other's lands and not going to war about it.
Yeah, and they hate each other.
Right. Like, fervently hate each other.
Yeah.
So there's got to be something real big to stop them going to war. So the fact that there is, like, weird divvying up of territories and not just constant conflict between the dragons, which is actually what's making it more difficult to, like, survive the dragons, is that they're not warring with each other.
Yeah.
And that's not to say there aren't territorial conflicts, but if you've ever been graced with these spectacles, it can frankly be up to you as a party. Territorial conflicts between dragon are settled mano a mano at the moment. There are no armies allowed to be marshaled. The paladins aren't allowed to get involved. Dragons go to a location, have a slap fight, aren't allowed to kill each other, and then the victor is the one that wins whatever dispute.
Gotcha.
Slap fight.
Yeah, so
Yes.
It seems that, like, when Tiamat busted out of hell, it wasn't to, like, sit on a throne. It was to reassume her position as a god.
Quite possibly.
So yeah, the vibes that I'm getting are that Tiamat isn't a thing at the moment so much as an omnipresent boogeyman. The lack of a known location of Tiamat presents the threat that she is everywhere.
It's quite possible. I mean,
Do we
the
have
current threat is that it's fucking cold.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea whether the paladins are more loyal to, like, the lord of the domain they're in, or Tiamat?
So, per paladin chapter, will actually be marked. Like, so the paladins are supposed to wear symbols of Tiamat, which is the multi-headed, multicolored sort of symbol, and that would be emblazoned on their chest or whatever. A lot of paladins do a thing where the symbol shows all of the heads of Tiamat, but one is bigger and more prominent than the others, which would realistically be heresy, but that seems to be the norm. So the paladins you see, the depiction of Tiamat has the white head as twice as large as all the others.
Is it kind of like central with the four, like, to either side?
Yes.
So, like, each race makes their dragon's head bigger?
Well, it's not necessarily race, it's whatever chapter. So, like, the worshippers of red dragons make the red dragon head much bigger.
Yeah, that's what I
on
mean.
The thing of Tiamat. Yes.
I meant, like, different races of dragon, like different colors or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Species.
Is this like a Yuan T or something?
That is Lizard Man.
Ah,
What? What are you seeing?
this thing.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was a dragon.
It is not a. It's the one creature on the map that isn't a dragon.
It's scaly, it's got a tail and a kind of pointy
It totally
serpentine
looks like a
head,
dragon.
And the foot sort of looks like a wing.
Yeah.
The heck?
Yes.
So,
Fair, it does look like a dragon.
do we know anything about that, or is it too far out of our realm of knowledge? It seems like it would be too far out of our realm of knowledge.
Anything on the map, the party have knowledge of, somehow. So there is a, and again, you haven't been here, but there is a rumor that there is a lizard folk colony in that area.
Okay.
Or at least there was the last time you heard rumor, but you'd have to go there to confirm.
Totally. Okay.
Are there any... So, cities are off limits like Waterdeep because the dragon subjugation. But now, are there any refuges in the wilderness that have begun to attain village and city-like stature?
People have been trying, but the problem is, as soon as they start setting down and setting stuff up, monsters, and it's so much worse now that the cold has kicked up, but monsters generally, because monsters roam, will come along, find it, and want whatever's there. So if you've set up so much as a campfire for enough time to sleep, you can bet your ass something's going to be looking into that. Something that you don't want looking into that. So a lot of the more successful, like, groups of people are roaming bands that pick up and move. So you'll have, like, tents and bedrolls and whatnot, but not necessarily, like, solid structures, because solid structures take a lot of time to build and get torn down very easily.
Yeah. So
are the monsters organized? Or does it just work out that it beacon of firelight in the darkness when everything is clustered into a fucking tiny zone?
Well, monsters are as organized as monsters were before this. So, kobolds are still kobolds; they band together. Goblins are still goblinoids, so you'll get hobgoblins, goblins, whatnot, band together. There are a couple of differences. You will get frost trolls and frost giants now.
That's so that does bring up a couple of interesting points. What is the relationship between kobolds and dragons?
So most kobolds worship the shit out of the dragons.
Yeah.
The thing is, being that the world order has established the way it was, it seems like the dragons didn't necessarily adopt the kobolds the way that the kobolds adopted the dragons.
Sure. So the kobolds, like, is it just like tribes of kobolds trying to prove themselves to various
Desperately.
dragon masters? Yeah.
So they are feral and desperate and terrible, because they absolutely anything they could do. So any whiff of a magic item, kobolds will go fucking crazy, because if they can bring a magic item to a dragon, as far as they believe, they're in.
Yeah.
So, I'm a wizard.
Mhm.
I imagine with the ability to create magic items and, being all
Technically, yeah.
magical and shit, that we are hunted commodities? Like,
Absolutely.
more than a regular individual?
Mm-hmm. Kobolds are more than likely to carve you up for food, but if you have magic, they want to capture you. As soon as you show having magic, they will want to have you.
In relation to the light thing, like, I don't think anywhere says that either of my races would have any light. So I don't, like, glow or anything, right?
No.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about that.
No, you're not a glowing creature. You can stealth along with anything else.
Okay.
And yeah, that brings me to my follow-up question. You mentioned frost giants. Obviously, historically, dragons and giants despise one another.
Mm-hmm.
Like frequent wars.
Yep.
Did the ordering fall?
The giants don't seem to be here because they want to be here. And well, you know what? There's no two ways about it. The giants have been moved in forcibly. It seems like a deal was struck. The red dragons basically burned a path and forced the frost giants into this now frozen area, and they are food for the ice dragons. However, they're not exactly happy about it, and are pretty starving themselves as they've been kicked out of their native habitat. So if you find a frost giant, it's not allied with the dragons, but it's sure as fuck not allied with you.
Yeah.
At least not for a price.
It would have to be a pretty big price, because they are starving and desperate and without a home in a unfamiliar land.
Right, so food.
Not great people.
No.
Trolls aren't people.
Well, yeah, no, trolls aren't, but frost giants, yeah, they are just as evil as like white dragons.
Yep.
Ah, yes, white dragons are evil.
So they're a different brand of evil,
Yeah.
but also evil.
Yeah, they're just literally just a different flavor.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, let's. I
Evil.
assume that occasionally you'll see like maybe like a dragon swoop in and like chow down on a giant.
What?
Yeah. Literally, if you basically, if you were to pick a frost giant and follow it for long enough, eventually, yes, you would see a white dragon swoop in and be like, "That is my next meal."
So,
Yeah.
this is the domain of like legendary dragons, right?
Hmm.
Are lesser dragons like just roaming around in their domain?
Or do
Is
they
it
get
like
driven
the-
out?
They don't get driven out. You know what? I believe there was some in the lore section. I wrote some about this.
All dragons are served as tithe, or are set upon by their own kind, often brutally torn asunder.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, there is a tithe. You don't know where the tithe goes, but every dragon needs to accumulate a certain amount of wealth every unknown set period of time and tributed it. It's basically bound up, put in a cart or a series of carts, and taken by the paladins to unknown location. And if this tithe doesn't make it, problems.
What's a tithe?
A tithe is a tax, so there is a dragon tax for dragons.
Oh.
So it's
I don't.
it's. Don't worry, you're too low down on the food chain for anyone to worry about it. But Lord Freezer is doing what he's doing, assumedly, to keep the tithe going. Because if you aren't paying the tithe, problems happen. Now, obviously, as you know, I mentioned there is an uneasy alliance between dragons and whatnot. As soon as a dragon doesn't pay the tithe, lots of other basically, it's like being put on red notice. Like, you're just fucking dead. Like, every other dragon that sees you knows that they are allowed to freely kill you.
Yeah.
And they're not allowed to freely kill any other dragon, so most of them would just do it for sport.
Yeah. But also, I guess they get to carve up the dead one's domain if they are involved in the slaughter of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What about metallic dragons? Are there any left? Are they hiding in human form? Are there any holdouts? Any rumors?
The war was so brutal, and Tiamat had amassed such a heavy force. You didn't hear of any metallic dragons actually coming and even trying to fight off the wave of dragons. So assumedly, either they were all dead beforehand or went into hiding in human form and are certainly not going to reveal if they are a metallic dragon. Trust of revealing that kind of information is going to be incredibly hard earned.
Yeah.
Very important question, actually. So, is this just the Sword Coast? Like, is this going on just around like the Sword Coast, or is this literally Faerun, the entirety of Faerun? Like, are there ships coming in for their regular trade and then discovering what the fuck and running away, or is it just the whole world?
It's the whole world.
Okay, so it's bad.
Oof.
The
So there's no like
apocalypse
promise
happened.
of escaping the island.
You don't escape the island and go, we're free, we can move on to other pastures. Obviously, if you're a dwarf, you went underground. If you're an elf, you went to the Feywild, and those places might be safe. But you don't know. You guys are kind of stuck up here on land in Faerun and don't. There might be a promised land, and you know what? If you ever hear gossip, it is always about somewhere that might be safe. Because that's all anyone actually ever wants to talk about, is the idea that there is somewhere that is not like this.
Yeah, and I bet everybody's fucking granny has got a story about a place.
Absolutely, which unfortunately muddies the water so much that there are a lot of X's on the map of places people have been to and gone, oh no, it'll definitely be safe in Mithril Hall. No.
Yeah.
And the deities haven't moved a finger. None of them.
I mean, you'd think so, but no. That there is nothing. Well, okay, there is one thing you know that happened, and that is anyone that was a paladin of, and
Bahamut.
Bahamut, yeah. I keep saying Baphomet, and that's not the right one. But anyone that was a paladin of Bahamut, their power's just off.
Yeah, because Baphomet is a prince of hell.
Yes. Paladins, clerics, all of that stuff, the power's just switched off. And a lot of previously very holy men seemingly turned on a dime and became very high-ranking members of the Church of Tiamat.
The church.
And we're talking good people with families that just slaughtered their own families in fealty to Tiamat. Like, just went from the Boy Scout level Captain America, Superman, whatever you want to call it, Paladin, to the most sinister, evil motherfuckers you know.
Wait.
Something happened, but no one actually knows what.
Like, none of them turned? Like, none of them, like, stood their ground and were like, no, I won't do that? All of them turned evil? All of them?
Yes.
Shit.
Did she just kill all of the fucking gods and absorb their powers?
Well, no. I presume that because so direct worship of Torm still happens, and paladins and clerics of Torm still have their powers.
Yes.
Obviously, they don't openly worship unless they want killed, but they privately worship and maintain their strength. Presumably, that's the same for fucking Lathander and Ilmater and all the others.
Yes, depending on the god, though, some of them greatly diminished effect of their miracles and abilities. Like, especially like with since the apocalypse, and especially in the area you're in, now that it is like dead winter all the time, Lathander has so little power here. Like, bringing light into this area is difficult.
God, yeah. But I assume the Shah is enjoying it thoroughly.
You don't know any devotees of Shah to know that for sure, so I can't give you that information.
Sure, of course, because they're even before the apocalypse, they were really, really good about being secretive.
Oh God, yes.
Like the Raven Queen and the Kings of Hell and shit, or Lords of Hell, I guess you call them.
How many of them have you been in contact with?
All of them. I'm best buddies with Asmodeus. Haven't you heard?
Really? Hold on, let me check his Rolodex. He doesn't know you. It's weird.
He must have forgot to fucking write down my number.
Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Alright, so that is setting the tone for the world.
Yeah.
So I need to talk to you, Dan, directly. How do you want the party to know Charuk?
I honestly think that the first couple of days, like the party have just spotted them in the trees, just watching them, and then just like vanishing whenever they've gone to investigate.
So the party right now is Al, Luna, and John, and you guys all know each other, right? From when you rescued John, and obviously from Luna and Al's bond.
Exactly, rescue him. I was paid very handsomely to get him out of the city.
I have no money.
Well, not by you. I have friends. Don't worry about it. Plus, I have no money either now, since I'm out of the city too. So.
I mean, we could take some items from him. He's a wizard. He's gotta have something valuable.
Nobody knows that I'm a wizard.
Ah, fuck.
Right.
So we just think you're a useless human? Never mind.
At least at the moment. I don't know how it works out, but like I've done things mechanically to ensure that I can be spellcasty, but not visible doing it.
Hmm. So John hasn't let on to Al or Luna that he is a wizard.
I know he's very good with books. That's what I remember
He's a
because I
wizard,
call him
Harry.
books.
Yeah, I mean there are some things that are obvious, but Al's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, pretty much.
Uh,
All I know is his name is Books.
I might
That's it.
notice.
I'll say because yeah, like I mean you did the art. You're familiar with like my description of him. He's got like a book that he keeps on him and like a component of a pouch of smelly things. Plus he kind of looked like a wizard. But
Can
like,
I?
he
Can
tries to-
I? I mean, I would like Luna was raised around wizards. Can I do some kind of like perception or something to see if she would have like sussed?
It would be general intelligence.
Oh fuck! Really?
Because it's not
Can't be
it's
wisdom.
not necessarily noticing as much as figuring out.
Yeah, but John does not do a lot of magic when it's not like absolutely necessary, and when he does, he has means to be completely unseen for the casting of spells.
And
But
that's
he's got
why
a
I'm
lot of
saying
books
it's
around.
not. That's why I'm saying it's not wisdom, because obviously you could get away with that. That's why I'm saying it's intelligence.
He has a book, but like, John likes to cook. It's a cookbook. If you were to like open it up and read through the book, it's a recipe book.
Okay.
And that's actually my my spell tone. Just the way that
You're a
it's encoded.
saucer.
Yeah, just the way that it's encoded. I've got Fireball mixed in with the beef stroganoff.
I got it, Kay. I hate you, but I got it.
What did you say?
Oh, is it bread?
No, he's a saucer.
Sorcerer.
Oh God.
Ah.
Mhm.
I thought you were referencing the old bread thing.
Oh yeah, that's a thing too.
But yeah, no, John is very aware that, I mean, because like one of the first places that they went to when they were sacking the village, and I mean, his father was a high-level wizard and put a lot of fear stories in his brain about don't let them know who you are.
Mm.
So like John isn't even his real name. Like he's just like full on Zero Dark 30, just hiding ghost, not me. Don't look.
So the situation is Luna and Al are stuck in a forest with a conspiracy theorist, and something green in the trees seems to be stalking you guys.
It's an orc.
So how would the three of you react to this?
Well, trees obviously have a lot of green. I don't see what the problem is.
I've got a relatively high perception. Can I see like details beyond something green?
Are the trees green though? It's freezing.
It is freezing, but the reason you are in this particular area is this particular area, like this marsh, swamp, forest area, and it is very swampy, seems to be staving off the frost a lot better than other areas. It's still dying, it's just dying slower. And like, yes, I guess you can make a perception check, and then we'll turn it over to Dan to tell you as much as they want to tell you.
First check of the game is kind of a crit. Like it's a crit if he has advantage.
So with an 18, how much do you want to say, Dan?
Yeah, I mean they're not. They aren't like doing like a deliberate like rogue stealthing sort of thing. So what you see is something that is equal parts the orcish version of Slender Man and the girl from The Ring. It's like 6 foot and change, very very slim, wearing kind of like bark and vine clothing that you would find reminiscent of a druid, but with like long, scraggly, wet-looking hair that kind of like partially covers its face, as it just kind of like it'll occasionally peer at you. And if anybody like for the first couple of days, if anybody like tried to approach it, by the time you got to it, it would just be gone.
I would say, is it trying to hide, or is it just camouflaged by nature of the environment and what it's wearing?
It's more that it's just camouflaged naturally and watching you, and when somebody does spot it, it continues just watching you, just kind of observing your general patterns of behavior, and if anybody does approach, then it just seems to disappear for the first couple of days.
What if Luna like kind of flies closer but not super close and is just like hi and like waves?
Well, to get to that, what is Luna like? What does Luna actually look like? Because we've had an explanation of Chirrut.
Luna
Is that how that's said?
Yes.
Chirrut?
Yep.
Interesting.
Luna
It's a
is
bit more
very
gravelly.
small. Is
Sorry.
mostly wings. Is like 6 inches. And is very glistening, like all of the colors would glisten off. It's kind of chromatic looking, all of her body, but she's got like the wings mainly and the hair reflect mainly like purples and blues, but very small little looking creature.
Could be mistaken for a very large butterfly.
Yeah,
Could be. What do you mean could be? It is a very large butterfly.
very shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Has Luna performed any magic in the company of John and whatever the hell Kay's character's name is?
Probably.
And my character's name is Al. You can call me boss. It's okay.
No, that's not happening.
So, what does Al look like?
Al is... Well, I was gonna say medium height guy, but apparently he's a very short guy because he's only 5'9".
Oh.
Very buff guy. Kinda bald head, like very shortly cut. Long coat. Muscular to the point of having expertise in athletics.
Hmm.
Lots of scars around his hands. That's about it. Like, kinda tan skin. Looks like he wants to beat the fuck out of you all the time.
Right, so the question we were going back to is what happens if Luna flies kind of close to Chirrut and tries to say hi?
First couple of times, like for the first couple of days, like Chirrut would just turn into this, like slightly disturbing creature that looks kind of like a wolf, except it's like flesh as kind of like looks to be made up of like vines and stuff, and its head is just a white skull that has like all of the flesh is like peeled back like a flower.
Oh.
And it would just disappear into the wilderness, like full pelt.
I think
Would
I
I be
scared
able
it.
to...
Would you be able
Be
to...
able to... Esker?
ascertain the nature of either the transformation or what type of creature that it could be through general observation?
I don't know that you've ever seen or heard of a creature like this before.
Did attend a wizard school, but that's fair.
Yes.
Trained in Arcana, so I'm imagining that there's like a base level of studying that John got in before the apocalypse.
If it was an arcane creature, I would be telling you to make a Arcana check. It is not.
So, like, this whole thing goes on for a couple of days?
Yeah, they would stalk you for a couple of days just watching. I think on like maybe like the third or fourth day, if Luna approached, they probably wouldn't run though.
Probably the first time Luna saw it transform into a thing, she probably would have panicked and flew into Al's pocket.
So yeah, by the third day, Al would have had enough of this whole game, and he'd just stop in the middle of wherever the fuck they are and go, okay, like, are you gonna show up, or are you one of these things that just likes to watch? And he would literally just be standing with his like baseball bat, Lucy, by the way, if you haven't met her.
Lucille.
Yeah, no, just Lucy.
I was going to ask why he started that sentence like it was an orgy invite, and then you
Yeah,
named the
right.
baseball bat, and I was like, oh, that's why.
Yeah, and he'd just be like arms out, standing there. What's going on here? You haven't killed us, so. Great talk. And I'll walk towards the woods, like wherever the fuck they usually lurk.
Yeah, as you start walking forwards, they would probably just step out to meet you.
There we go. There we go. And they'll just stand there. What the fuck are you? Actually, I'll look to John, probably. What the fuck is this?
John's gonna look past you and just kind of shrug.
They look both half orcish and half elvish, as if you just like took out the human part. If it's like an orc and an elf had a child.
I think it's some kind of tree.
Okay, that was stupid even by my standards. Come on.
What do you mean?
It walks? Trees don't walk?
But it keeps turning into weird stuff.
Can you speak?
Oh, when Al says that, they look genuinely confused for a second, and then go, "Yes."
Okay, yeah. Once you emit like any sound, Al kind of panics and steps back and says, "Nope, definitely not a tree." Hi. Why are you watching us?
I wanted to make sure you're not allied with the dragons.
No dragons here.
Yeah, no. We fucking hate dragons. Would love to kill them, but she's very small and I'm not big enough. Oh, this is books, by the way, and I point at John. I'm Al. This is Wings.
Hi.
John waves, like the awkward anime character. He just like puts a hand up and then puts it back down, and he's just like he's got a hand on a dagger, and is keeping his distance, but isn't like overtly hostile. He's just very wild-eyed and mistrusting looking.
He's always like that. It's not personal.
So, if you're not with the dragons, what are you doing?
You just kind of look around the swamp in general and just gesture.
You live here?
Aye.
Oh my god, we're
Do you have-
trespassing!
That's why I was watching you.
Do you know of a settlement? Any other people around here?
No.
And it's at this point that I will bring up, that is weird. People usually come and go. You stay in a location, you will see people traveling, because that's what they do. People are like foraging, moving, staying on the moves, trying to stay away from other people, but you will see people moving. This place, there's no people moving about in it. It's just you guys and this creature.
How long have we been moving through this zone without seeing another individual besides now this creature?
Judging from the conversations you guys were having, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like a week before that, before the creature started stalking us or whatever.
Have we been in the swamp the whole time?
What do you mean by the whole
So
time?
we were elsewhere, I guess here-ish, then the cold set in and we were forced towards the water, from what I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
This area is now. Is it comfortably warmer than the rest of the cold, or is it still fucking freezing, but not like my fingers are gonna fall off freezing?
It's... How do I put this? If you guys stay here for more than a week, I'm going to start making you make those saves. But it's warm enough that you're not having to make the saves to not start just dying yet.
Okay. Do you know of anywhere warm around here? Or somewhere we could find creatures with fuzzy pelts? And he's not making eye contact. He's like looking down like towards your feet when he asks this question, kind of like bashfully. He's fidgeting a lot.
North, maybe? Nothing comes here.
I mean, we did.
Do you have a name? Because this conversation is getting kind of weird without names.
Again, they look as confused as they did when they were asked if they could speak. Kind of furrow their brow and kind of rack their brain, and then look at you and go, "Crack."
Cool. I'll definitely remember that.
Clock? Did they say clock?
Oh, it was crack.
Crack?
Crack. Does anybody speak Sylvan? So yeah, you would recognize it. It is the Sylvan word for mound.
Oh.
I'm sorry, the Sylvan word for what?
Mound. Like a pile of leaves or a pile of dirt.
Okay.
In Sylvan, I say, like a hill?
They look pensive for a second, and then in Sylvan respond, more like a pile.
Oh.
Now, this is character information. I'm curious. Does the Sylvan... John doesn't speak Sylvan, so I don't know what you're saying. But does it sound like is more comfortable in the Sylvan tongue versus common?
They don't seem to mind either, or...
Okay.
When Luna says it, she sounds like she knows what she's saying in Sylvan, but she has no idea what she's saying in common.
Gotcha.
So, you've lived here from before all the dragon bullshit. Am I getting that right?
I've lived here all my days.
Why?
What? I elbow out.
I don't feel you're like, look at the place.
You would have to turn and full on like throw a haymaker to get him to react.
'Tis my home.
I look around, confused.
It's a lovely home. Thank you for having us.
What are you talking about? It's a swamp forest.
How's that?
Okay.
It has everything that I need. Although, it is getting colder.
Yeah, your forest, like your swamp, your trees, your whatever, they're a little bit dying, and it's to the point that it's worrying now.
Yeah. I need to do something about it.
Like,
We know for sure this is out of character. We know for sure that the dragon, the freezer guy, is causing this, right?
Did I say that?
I think we have a sus.
We said it's the freezer's domain.
You would have a strong suspicion it's to do with the fact that there is a frost dragon, but you don't know how or why it is happening.
And I'm guessing like we heard the name Freezer from like just people passing by that called him this.
You know, when he took residence, he kind of announced it to the world that this was now Freezer's domain. So yeah, you know the name.
Okay.
There was a lot of
What-
maniacal laughing.
Do we
Yeah, I
know
can
what
imagine
kind of
dragons are
dragon
very shy.
Do you know what kind of dragon?
he is?
Oh yeah, he's a white dragon.
Which, by the way,
Just a
Al
white
has
dragon?
commented.
Sorry, what was that, Liz?
Just a white one? Like, not like chromatic or metallic or whatever the fuck?
Well, white dragons are chromatic.
Yes.
They're only
White is-
chromatic?
White
Yes.
is a
Yeah.
okay. So chromatics are all colored dragons. Metallic are all metal shiny dragons.
So a white,
Chromatics are evil. So white is just a branch of chromatic.
yeah, a
Okay.
nice metallic dragon would be silver, I think.
Yes.
Or gold or bronze.
No,
Yeah.
gold is fire.
The gold is fire. He was saying an ice metallic
Hey.
dragon would be silver.
My
I thought he
bad,
was
I
just
didn't
naming
know.
metallic dragon.
Also, by the way, ever since the whole freezer thing came up, Al has been commenting how weird it is that it's cold even though there's a dragon around. They all breathe fire. That's weird.
Mm-hmm. They
Uh,
all
n-
breathe
no.
fire.
No,
They,
no,
they all breathe fire, John.
no.
John.
Yes.
Dragons have a wide array of different elemental
It-
affiliations.
That's really not how it works.
Isn't it? How do you? Okay. Have you-
Ixnay on
that-
the dragon, Snay.
But shouldn't we correct him?
There's nothing to correct. What are you talking about?
John runs his fingers through his beard.
Gonna be a very interesting game.
They
I'm
get
starting to realize.
stuck halfway through because your beard is frozen solid.
What?
Oh, that's bad.
It's fucking cold. Like I did mention that you guys are struggling to not
You
die.
said it's ice. I like in person. I literally don't know how cold that is because I start freezing at fucking 5 degrees Celsius.
It's below freezing because
Yeah.
so the water vapor that you breathe out in cold climates comes out as literally condensed moisture droplets, and those accumulate in your facial hair, and then below the freezing point
I'll
of
have
water,
to stop you right there because this is turning into a horror story.
That horror story is what is attached to John's face right now.
it was literally negative 30 degrees where I live yesterday overnight.
Well, you know what, Basket? That's about the temperature that your character finds themselves in right now.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable in my nice modern winter clothing.
Hmm.
And I'm imagining that all I have right now are like bundles and bundles and bundles of whatever tunics that I could find.
If you guys are intelligent, you will have taken whatever camping supplies that you have from being adventurers, which you should have on your character sheets,
Yep.
and will be wrapped in them additionally to your normal clothes, just to try and get by.
I must have like a little. Since I have a winter blanket, okay?
Hmm.
It's probably small. I probably keep it tucked into Al's pocket, and then I just go snuggle in there if I'm cold.
Yep.
It'd be really convenient to keep Luna alive.
What?
Oh, because you're tiny. You can just share supplies. Or
Oh yeah.
take up no room to survive.
Yeah, well, the thing about Luna is, and this is true of a lot of magical creatures, the metabolism of keeping that kind of magical energy going is crazy. So she needs to eat a full ration's worth of food.
Excellent.
I'm also very weak.
So, is there anything we can do to stop your place from dying? Because it's kind of the only place that's not already dead, really.
I have a feeling we need to just keep moving.
We're right next to the sea. We're out of places.
Said something to the north.
What?
This creature whose name I cannot pronounce.
It seems that John thinks Krog's name is eating a Pringle.
It's really hard to say that in my character voice.
Hey, your character is just a full-on enemy character, isn't he? Fiddly, soft-spoken, very powerful magic.
Ruach is fine. And there are woods to the north. Perhaps you could find beasts to slay there. But I have a feeling it's just going to get colder.
And do you just plan on staying here till then maybe you die, or?
Well, my plan was to wait it out, but that doesn't seem to be working.
Oh,
Even
have you seen the cities? It's the waiting game kind of lost.
the what?
Big cities, but I can't think of a different word. It's where people live, usually. Not you, obviously. You know, lots of houses, much more bars than there should be.
Like a village.
Can't say I'm familiar.
Okay, Al
Congregation?
looks genuinely concerned. Like, what the fuck?
Shall we keep moving? I've seen you for a few days and you haven't attacked. I'm imagining you're at least not hostile, if maybe friendly.
As long as you don't do any harm to the land, I have no intention of killing you.
The only harm that I may do to the land is to keep myself alive. That's a fair trade, isn't it?
Now, what counts as harm?
It would depend on the amount of harm you did. Your life isn't worth that much.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh,
I
okay.
beg
That
to
was a
differ.
character, by the way.
Goddamn.
So if I like pee in the woods, is that bad?
No, that's okay.
Oh.
Again, it's mostly swamp around here. But I have a place that is somewhat sheltered that you might want to... Well, we can find things in the swamp to maybe keep you warm.
What in the swamp could keep you warm?
We could probably dry out some moss and use it to stuff our clothing.
Ew.
It's a decent insulator.
Let's see
Everything-
what Tusks has to offer, then we move on, because we're not staying here, obviously.
Tusks.
Where do you plan to go?
Where
So
the
I-
buildings are. Apparently. We need to get our hands on some warmer clothing because I'm fucking freezing.
It's not even that cold.
You shush. If I could hide in Al's pocket, maybe I'd be warm too.
Probably.
I look at my
Bastard.
pocket, then just hold it open. You can try.
Hey.
I can probably carry you. Hey, 2 pockets. Shut the fuck up.
How many pockets do you have?
2? Like anyone? Like what?
More than one?
I keep my other supplies in the other pockets.
I don't think it fit in there anyway.
To the north? Wait, isn't north colder?
Oh yes, a lot colder.
So we should go south.
Well-
Oh no, it's colder there too.
Oh.
And south is water deep, and that's a no-go.
Deep in the water would be cold.
It's... I facepalm. I thought I was the stupid one.
John's mouth is just hanging agape. Like he's just. He's like his mouth is trying to form words, and he just keeps stopping, not thinking of anything appropriate to say.
Right? He does look pretty dumb.
Oh boy.
Could
Do
be
you
a
have a
cult.
plan for when the weather gets cold? I mean, you're gonna have to leave here eventually. And I'm talking to creature that I tusks. Hi.
Come on, just say it.
Yeah, tusks is good. You do have tusks, right? This is not a character.
Oh yeah, no, they
Just
have.
making sure. You never know.
They do indeed have little tusks. Definitely not as big as an orc's. Probably not even as big as some half orcs. But definitely noticeable.
I mean, the other option was to call you tree because that was the first thing I'm told, and that doesn't work. So
Doesn't it?
I mean, ideally, I think we need to stop it being cold.
Agreed. Please. Oh.
are you suggesting we go kill a dragon? Is that it?
Would that work?
I don't know. People are saying he caused it.
Unknown? Also, we can't fucking kill a dragon.
Why
Oh,
not?
why not?
They're big and scary and strong. What are you... Oh.
John's
a knife.
scared.
We wouldn't do it alone. We can look for help. There's a lot of people that don't like what's going on, right?
There were people that didn't like what was going on before, and they couldn't stop it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone liked what was going on before.
Exactly what was going on?
What was going on before?
Civilization? I think that's the word.
Yeah, with standing armies, and people fought against the dragons, and they
Yeah, that-
lost.
Hmm.
And there were lots of people, and mages, people with magic.
She has magic. And I
Hey,
pointed Luna.
And
I
the,
could take down a dragon. Easy.
and the dragons are bad.
Oh yeah, all dragons are bad. All the time.
I've read about good dragons in books, but I've never seen one.
Yeah, these are fairy tales. Trust me, all dragons are bad.
Yeah.
I don't-
Yep.
I don't know that I would trust you when it came to knowledge.
What do you mean? Hey, I got you out of the city before.
This is true, but you haven't done much to inspire confidence since then.
Freezing to death. What am I supposed to do to inspire? Do you want me to warm you? Like, fuck off.
Well, I mean, maybe I can help. Do I know of supplies, things in and around the swamp that I can harvest and help make into suitable winter gear for these people?
I believe that would be a survival check.
Alrighty. Let's have a go. 16.
16 isn't bad, so yeah. Being that you are the kind of druid you are and have the kind of skills that you have, creating clothing out of natural things is kind of in your wheelhouse. So yes, absolutely. The problem is it would take quite a bit of time to do that kind of thing, and there's no like dead adventurers littering the swamp that you can just pull clothes off. So you would have to weave it together yourself, which would take some time. So if you could garrison these people somewhere where they're not going to die to cold in the meantime, it's definitely doable.
Sure, I mean, I think I probably have, a spot in the swamp that I frequent. I could take them there.
Absolutely, you could. There is nothing stopping you doing that. So, what would Kroch do at this point with these weirdos?
Yeah, I mean, just like they were kind of like hinting at earlier, they would just be like, I mean, I can take you to, where I set out from each day, and you can help. I can bring supplies, and we can make you gear to keep you warm.
Warm sounds good.
Warm sounds amazing right now.
I mean, I
Okay.
can make us a fire temporarily.
Actually, how's the thicket in the underbrush where we're at right now? Is it like really thick and dark, or is it kind of like sparse and a little bit lit?
It's
Words.
trying to figure out words to describe a frozen swamp. It's a layer of ice with kind of like frost over it, where occasionally there is plant matter like poking through, and there are areas with trees and like mounds of dirt and underbrush. It's kind of a mixed bag, to be honest. It's a very odd soup of a place.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like rainforest swamp or if it was like plains swamp or what the status of the horticulture was.
That is more up to Croc at this point than me, as there's the one that's been
perfect
tending this
environment.
area.
It's the perfect environment to outfit adventurers.
So there are a bunch of trees and stuff, but they're very like it's a lot of like willows. It's relatively dense, but there are paths through if you know where to go. But I mean, yeah, it's a swamp. It's. I mean, it's kind of a seawater swamp because we're so close to the coast, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Which means that there are parts of it that aren't as frozen as others, as it is salty.
yeah. So, yeah, I mean, more swamp than marsh, basically.
So, do we want a fire, or will that call attention?
Oh, I mean, there's nothing here. Just me.
I'm gonna start gathering like twigs and stuff and try to make a little pile somewhere that looks like it could sustain a fire.
Well, follow me first. I'll take you to where I live.
Okay. I
And
take
again,
twigs
you look-
with me and follow.
I look slightly confused by the concept of that word, but they shrug and they lead you through the swamp anyway.
Like the concept of the word fire?
No, the concept of the word live.
Live, okay, sure. That makes a little, just a little more sense.
They know what fire is, they just don't really know what living in a place is, really.
For you to travel about this place, you know it so well, even though it's frozen. Traveling through the underbrush is no issue to you. Like, it would take you an hour maximum to get to where you want to go.
Cool.
And to be honest, the movement warms the party up just enough that your limbs aren't going numb, at least while you're moving.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll take them to Croc's little, weird little hovel, I guess. It has a passing resemblance to a home, but not in any way that I think any of you would be familiar with one. It is basically there is a massive tree stump
Oh.
that was once, you know, the base of a very, very large tree, like maybe 15 or 20 feet across, and then burrowed underneath it as a mossy, somewhat damp, like maybe 5-foot clearance dugout that is just, it's been stuffed with like moss and leaves and stuff, but even this is like it's not fending off the cold anymore, which is why Karak is so concerned.
The dugout is not necessarily noticeably warmer, but it stops the wind chill of outside, and being underground, it staves off like some of the cold, but without a fire going, there's not necessarily enough heat being generated here for it to be feeling any warmer yet.
Is there a fireplace?
Just outside. Sometimes I make a fire in a little ring of stones.
Okay.
Unfortunately, over the last few days, maintaining a fire outside has become immensely difficult. So you going to try and set up a fire, Luna?
Well, it sounded like they were saying that there's one already, like a fire pit of stone, so I was gonna look for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if I find it, drop the twigs that I found. Is there anything in there that could be lit, or do I need to gather stuff?
Like Karak will like show Luna where it is, so that she doesn't have to search for it. Like clear away some of the, well, they'll do their best to clear away some of the permafrost. Just to point out like the ring of stones, but you can see like there's old fuel from previous fires that is just like covered in a thin layer of frost, and Karak will just kind of like gesture at it and say, "Can't really keep it going without magic, and that tires me out quicker than the fire warms me." So
once I'm there, I pat my wings and glow for a second and try to cast prestidigitation on it.
Mm-hmm.
To instantaneously light it.
Okay. It instantaneously lights, but it starts like very quickly like dimming, because it's so cold that the fire just starts dying.
I do it again.
Okay, same thing, unfortunately, where it comes up and then just starts dimming. It's too cold in ambient temperature to really maintain a fire right now, and there's too much damp in the air.
I'm gonna be stuck here a while. I just keep doing it.
Okay, so Luna is having to unfortunately repeatedly cast prestidigitation every 6 seconds, every round, just to keep this effect of a fire going, which will start being taxing for you pretty soon, Luna. So outside fire is looking like a bad idea.
After a couple tries, I'm panting and like, I don't think this is a good idea, guys.
the problem I was running into too.
What seems to be causing the fire to go out? Is there like high winds? Is it raining? Is it just like is the firewood, is it damp?
The firewood is not only damp, it is cold, and the air is damp and cold, and there is wind outside, which is just blisteringly cold, but just any heat seems to be getting sapped out of the environment.
I want to ask hey, Luna, and I'll pull a torch out of my bag, because torches are meant to stay lit in inhospitable conditions.
They are, absolutely.
Can you light the torch? Maybe we can just use this flame for heat.
I cast it again on his torch.
Okay, the torch lights, and the same effect starts happening, just much slower. But it does start, slowly dimming. This one takes about 5 minutes to dim and go all the way out.
Okay, so rather than letting it go out, I'm going to move the torch over to the fire pit area, and then not place it on the ground, but use the heat that the flame is getting to sort of start to dry out and thaw the location where the fire pit is with a tinder bundle.
Yeah, I mean that works as much as you start lighting the tinder, and again the tinder is too cold and damp because this entire place is a swamp.
Well, I
it's
mean, I've got
frozen.
tinder in my pack from my adventure supplies,
Yes.
so that would be dry.
Mm-hmm. And you can set it down, and you can create a reasonably hospitable area for the fire to start going. But you notice even on the dry stuff, that effect of heat being sapped out of the environment is consistent.
Now, from my special background, can I ascertain whether it's a magical sapping of the heat or if it's natural?
It's got to be, because there is nothing naturally happening to a piece of dry tinder where it shouldn't be immediately catching fire and then sustaining itself off its own heat.
Gotcha.
While they are having fun with the fire that I've been struggling with for the past couple of days, I am going to start looking for things to start making into winter gear for them. Probably starting with Luna, because she's the smallest and it'll require the least amount of work.
I need holes for wings.
Um, do you have any skills as to like any crafting skills as a druid, or is this?
I have wood carving skills.
Mm-hmm.
And I have herbalism skills.
Right, so if you needed to get them high or make them a table, perfect. Unfortunately, making clothing is a little bit outside of your wheelhouse if it's not like solid pieces of armor. Flexible winter clothing isn't something you're necessarily good at. You can still give it a try, but this is mostly guesswork.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like especially for me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to roll?
Give me an intelligence roll. That's going to set the DC of the actual crafting it.
Yeah, okay, sure. 5.
Okay.
I was say, can John help with any of this? Being an intelligent person?
Yeah. Well, hold on, because that's a 5. So you're outside messing with the fire. Krog didn't tell you that they're doing this. They went inside.
Yeah, they just wandered into the swamp.
Right. Oh, into the swamp. Okay, my mistake. All right, so
they just went wandering looking for things.
You gather what you think would be the materials for warm clothes. Unfortunately, Krog's idea of the materials for warm clothes don't give much for mobility, as it would literally just be like bundling them in woven together like large twigs and things, which would be immovable.
Yeah, I come back with like arms full of like willow leaves and like still fairly rigid, but like somewhat more flexible, like wet tree bark and mud.
Mm-hmm.
Mud and moss, because part of my plan is just to cake you guys in mud.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Those are good insulators, but they're not really gonna fit what we need because we have to move around. We could use them on your shelter to make that a little bit warmer, but we need more stuff like this. And John will walk over and start picking the willow leaves off the branches. If we get some of these leaves, then we can dry them out and stuff our clothes with them and add a little bit of insulation. I think. I'm not too good at this. He goes back to futilely fucking with the fire.
Do you want me to gather leaves?
Who was that question aimed at, by the way? Was that towards Chiru?
I don't know what's happening. I just got back, so anybody who needs leaves, I guess.
All right, well, I'll fast forward just
maybe?
a little bit then, because starting the fire goes incredibly badly. Like, you expend a lot of your tinder resources, and it doesn't stay lit for any period of time to actually give you guys any level of heat. Crafting clothing, because I've checked character sheets, I don't know that any of you guys have skills that necessarily help you craft clothes, also goes generally terribly. The materials are here in terms of insulation if you're putting together like a solid house structure, but as for making like flexible winter clothing, it's not going well.
The suspicion that we might have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, this isn't working out. And I'll save myself a couple of pieces of tinder. So like if I notice that the box is starting to get low, I won't use it all. I'll just, cut myself short.
Mm-hmm.
That way it's not all expended. Well, what time of day is it?
Now that it's kind of permanent winter, it's dark time of day, which it always is.
Oh, I see.
Overcast is as best as you get at the moment in this current climate.
Overcast and light out, or overcast and I can't see shit?
Um,
I don't know if there are clouds in England, but
you do get light during the day, but it's not like direct sunlight. It's always dim and overcast.
so if it's dim light, I don't have dark vision, so I'm like not doing so great.
Me either.
I can see fine. I don't know what's your guys' problem.
Not having a problem.
Are you guys going blind?
Maybe they're dying.
Oh no.
To be fair, the humans of the party do look a little bit dying in this temperature.
Oh yeah, no, John is really sallow and emaciated, and he's not looking good on the best of times. And this is really not going so well for him.
Yeah, it's a constitution thing, so I'm doing a little better than John, but that's not very good either.
I mean, my constitution's okay, but...
Okay. Who are you giving that to?
I mean, yeah, Karak is just gonna reach out and just touch John and cast resistance on him.
Well, that will give him a D4 to any saving throw for a minute.
Yeah.
So on prestidigitation, it says you chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic feet of non-living material for 1 hour. Can I go touch Al's jacket and try to warm it a bit in a few places?
You can warm the jacket, yes, which does give a few moments of relief. But obviously the jacket's not a continual heat source. It's just warm. It feels like
it says
you've
1
just...
hour, but I'm assuming because the magical thing.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that's kind of big brain as fuck.
I warm it for 1
The
hour.
duration is an hour.
Yeah.
It is. Unfortunately, it's still going against the cold. So it does make the piece of clothing warmer for an hour, which does feel better. And it will stave off, but it's a couple of degrees in the face of it already being 20 below freezing and still dropping.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save my life, but at least I'm gonna die comfortably.
Slightly less uncomfortably.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Right now, it feels like the most warmth you've felt in a while. John, you would notice that the same thing is happening when Luna casts her spell as happened to the fire. It is like something is magically trying to sap the effect away.
Oh, okay. At the bottom it says you can have up to 3 effects at a time. So I'll try to do his jacket, his pants, and I don't know, his shirt or something.
Okay.
So,
Al is feeling much better.
Al gets all the warm.
John is
I'm
still
sorry.
It could be each of our 3 coats, but no, Al gets them all.
Yeah.
Listen, familiar privileges, it's okay.
Reasons.
Would I know of anything that, anything nearby? I mean, I keep a close watch on my swamp. I know what's around it. I know, I know things. Do I know
know
something?
things.
Do I know something that would help them?
You're fresh out of animals.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. It's just been me.
Yep. Which is unfortunate, because in your druidic opinion, right now, what you need is animal bits.
Yeah. And, not just for them, but for the world in general. This is going against nature. This is an affront to nature. I don't like it. I want it stopped.
100% it's an affront to nature. Within the realm of your swamp, no. There's not really anything you know of. Do you have Druidcraft, by the way?
I do, yeah.
And this is the difficulty. If you had maybe a few weeks and it wasn't so cold, you could grow something.
Oh, yeah.
Through repeated use of Druidcraft. Unfortunately, what you don't have is the time to do that right now.
Oh, Can you use Druidcraft to make the clothing type materials?
Again,
with
yes.
a couple of weeks, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, is you could do exactly that with a couple of weeks' time, and with the temperature going the way it's going, and the way these people are looking, and the way you're feeling, you don't necessarily have a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
Like, winter clothing, right now, shelter can keep you from dying immediately if, and I've tried to hint at this, if you move the fire inside and figure out ventilation. Like, that could keep you going for a while. If this temperature keeps dropping the way it is, within a day or two, you're going to be making those constitution checks, which is looking very close to death.
Yeah, so Kruk hasn't suggested bringing the fire inside, because Kruk knows from experience starting a fire inside just fills the place with smoke. And while that's not a concern for them, it is probably a concern for these people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard that the chamber was only like 5 foot square, right?
No,
like,
it's
tiny.
like it's about 15 foot across in both directions and about 5 foot high.
Oh, well, that's different. I didn't hear things correctly.
It's a dugout. It's you crawl into it.
How far is it below the surface?
Like 5 feet. Like it's like Kruk basically found this. It is dug underneath the stump of an old tree.
Oh. Well, shit.
So maybe a bit deeper than 5 feet, because you'd have to start going below the
deeper than
roots
5 feet.
first.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'll tell you what, though.
Hell, as small as that is, we could probably heat the whole room with a torch.
Not at this chill.
Not at this chill, yeah.
No, that my next question, once it got back around to my turn, was going to be to take fire-type objects underground and see if it has the same diminished magical effect.
Are we taking turns? Is there a turn order that I don't see?
Well, I mean,
there
I
is
had
no turn order.
I know, but I was saying things for like 10 minutes, and I wanted to let other people play the game.
Ah, okay. Kind of you.
I felt like I was being a butt.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'll ask Luna to light another torch, and then take it underground and see what the effects are.
I will do that. Oh, fuck, wait.
Oh, it's okay. I have a striker. I can do it by hand.
If I do that, I will be cold. I'm sorry.
Oh no, poor Al.
I can.
Oh, Kruk just strikes it for you with Druidcraft.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll head towards the threshold, and then see if there's like a line of demarcation where I notice that the fire stops being affected.
There's not necessarily a line of demarcation. What happens is, the further you get insulated from the open air, as in, once you have a mud structure around you, the harder it seems to be for whatever that effect is that's diminishing flame to get to it. To the point where this flame dims to a degree and then stops dimming. It holds at like dim as if it's almost out of oil level and sticks there and doesn't start going out. Which is producing almost no heat and barely any light, but it is staying lit, unlike when it was outside.
Cool.
It's lit.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When I come back out and I'll be like, look, guys, the fire stays lit underground.
But smoke.
We can work out a chimney type system, and is the trees old? It could be hollow, so we could try to dig a little hole and then build the fire underneath it.
Yeah.
with the doorway, it should be able to create an updraft, and it'll take the smoke right up out of the hole. So we could build the fire, and I'll walk inside and try to like triangulate the position underground where the tree would be above.
I believe from Dan's description, the tree's a massive stump, right?
Huge stump, like yeah, huge tree stump. But basically, we're talking like Yoda's house. Like the whole thing, like the whole ceiling is just tree stump. And the tree stump itself is like 20 feet across.
All right. Well, we could try to do a burn through. We could set the stump on fire and then just prevent it from going too far. And
How do we do that?
well, we would take probably this torch here, and then get some embers started, and then prevent the flame from spreading outside of the hole that we wanted it to go through.
How do you prevent it from?
You put it out if it goes wider than you want it to. Actually, this might work better with the top. We use gravity to help out. And oh, but the fire doesn't burn outside. I'll turn back around and then go back underground. And
While he's doing that, I'm going to start using all of the supplies that I gathered for winter wear to instead kind of like insulate the outside of the house a bit more.
Okay, good idea. And the more Krog outside insulates the house, the more like the torch seems to like get a little bit of life back to it.
Okay. And John will keep he'll use his dagger and the torch to. I mean, you're familiar with the burn through, right? Mr. Blaze.
I believe I am, but I need you to describe how you're going to do it so I can tell you
whether it works
goes.
or not. All right.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my dagger to carve out like a little channel in the roof in the bottom of the stump. I'm going to hold the torch up to it and allow the stump to start to catch on fire. And I'm going to control the burn of the fire as it moves vertically up through the stump, and then I'm going to use my dagger to help it. That way I can cut away a little bit of material as the fire weakens the structure of the tree, and if the fire starts to spread a little bit, I'm going to use my knife to cut out where it catches that I don't want, and I want like a 6-inch diameter hole.
Okay.
And I'm just going to keep working that up vertically.
You make me a general intelligence check to see whether that goes horribly wrong. Croc, what were you doing further than insulating the outside of the house?
I was probably going to ritually cast locate animals or plants, and basically just ask the land if there is anything close by that I could get that would help keep these strange people alive.
I'm offended.
You're strange people.
How does this spell work?
So describe or name a specific kind of beast or plant. Concentrating on the voice of nature in your surroundings, you learn the direction, distance to the closest creature or plant of that kind within 5 miles, if any are present.
Right, so you're describing... It says describe a creature or plant, so this would need to be a specific thing. It sounds like you're describing a function rather than a creature or plant.
Well, see, so I was going to ask you, like, knowing the things that I do, are there plants that would, like, does Croc know of any useful plants in sort of like for the purpose of survival techniques?
This is the difficulty. You know of plenty of useful plants. You don't necessarily know how to make them useful into clothing. So you could gather useful materials, but you don't know how to convert them.
Yeah, I've kind of abandoned the clothing idea.
Right.
at this point, it's more along the lines of like helping to keep this place insulated.
Hmm.
Like, does Crack know, like, there's a particular species of like moss that are...
I was going to say, yeah, there's moss that would definitely help with this.
Okay, so I will ritually cast locate animals or plants and see if there is a significant portion of moss within a 5-mile radius.
There absolutely is a very significant portion.
Okay. In that case, I will look at the 3 people that I have, and then I will walk over to Al and say, you seem like you'd be good at lifting things. Would you help me gather some materials?
Sure thing, let's go. What are we getting?
Moss.
Moss?
Moss.
I just shrug. Let's go.
And I will head in the direction of the biggest concentration of moss with Al.
Righto. You get there fairly quickly. You find
how much we got?
a dip in the ground with a hallowed patch, and this moss has absolutely coated something. At one point, it must have been an animal,
Yeah.
but there's no bones even left. It is just moss
Oh, yeah.
in the shape of what used to be a thing. And it's not doing too well. It's kind of frosted over.
Mhm.
It could do with some of your druidry to really bring it back.
Yeah. So I will kind of push my hands into the moss and just give it the same burst of energy that I would to make a flower blossom or a leaf bud bloom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look much different because again it's frosted over, but that burst of energy, you can feel it mostly comes back to life.
Cool.
It is very hungry though. You can feel that, and it's weird to describe a plant as hungry, but it's very hungry. It hasn't had nutrition in a while. The ground is fairly frozen. The atmosphere is thick with just cold. It's not getting what it needs to feed.
Oh yeah, only a minute. It's going to take more than a minute to get back, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. 10-15 maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
While that's going on, can I try to assist John?
You can indeed. How will you assist John?
I don't know, just go over to him and ask him if he needs help and if there's anything I can do since I can fly. Because I don't know what he's doing.
Do you know any fire magic?
Are you serious?
Well, not just the prestidigitation, but something that produces a real flame.
Wait a minute, how did you know what I cast?
I grew up in a city. I've seen magical performers before.
I can make things glow, I can make things cold, which isn't really helpful. I can make you float.
The ceiling is kind of tall. I don't know if we're there yet. What kind of progress are we making?
It's real slow. This is a massive, massive tree stump. To burn all the way through it might take you the better part of the day.
Depending on if there's any spells that help.
Yes, if there were spells that help, they would make it faster but also more dangerous in equal proportion.
Okay.
Now, that said, being that the conditions are the way they are, it's very unlikely that a fire would go out of control.
Yes. I just don't want. After John slipped up and said the words prestidigitation to Luna, does it look like she's looking at me any differently?
No.
No?
Your explanation seemed good to her.
Okay. In that case, then I will just keep on going like I'm going. Even if it takes all day.
Does this moss look like it needs water?
I believe all moss needs to be damp.
Yeah, but like, does it look like part of it drying out as... Oh, sorry, part of it dying is because the water that it's getting is just freezing and not giving it nutrition?
Yeah, that would be one of the problems.
If I made it rain, like just pure clean water, do you think it would make the moss more lively?
Wouldn't the water drops? Or I wouldn't know that, so sure, go ahead.
But you can certainly try.
Well, there's the phrase, isn't it?
Oh, actually, hang on. This is in ritual, so I don't have it prepared, so that wouldn't actually. Okay, no, I thought that was a ritual spell, but it's not. Okay, this is a ritual spell though, but it's a bit of a stretch, suggesting that moss would be considered either food or drink. But would expending the energy of a purify food and drink spell give it enough energy to?
It wouldn't necessarily give it energy. It would make
Okay.
it less toxic to eat. Like it would
Yeah.
purge any bacteria or viruses from it.
Yeah, that's not That's not what the moss is suffering from.
No, it isn't.
Okay, I think we should just start digging it up and taking it back to the camp and hoping that the heat on the tree stump gives it energy. So I'm just gonna get Al to start helping me do that.
Okie dokie.
And I will be right back unless you need something from me.
Nope, go ahead. Right, so long story short, everyone is working on spending the day trying to make Crocs bug out into like a livable domicile where you can exist and not die.
Yeah.
So let's say that all goes to plan.
Oh, excellent.
So eventually, like, you make a rudimentary chimney. The outside is covered in moss, which is happier once there is a fire lit inside. You guys smoke yourselves out a couple of times until you figure out how to like vent the smoke up into the rudimentary chimney, because fires tend to like to just spread their smoke wherever the fuck they like. That takes a bit of time. Once you do that, you have an environment that it is warm enough to sit in and not be so frozen that you can't think straight. You are still, unfortunately, then in the situation of we don't have any winter clothing and can't move around.
Yes. But we have someplace safe to come back to. For now.
Until it becomes too safe and something finds out we're here.
So basically, we just wasted a whole day to make this place that we can't stay in more comfortable.
Well, no, we can sleep, kind of warm, for a day at least. That's a win in my books.
Yeah, once the fire's on, Al, you're feeling pretty good. Your clothes are warm, the air is warm. You're almost not hating life right now.
How do you guys know it's been a day?
I mean, because God just said a few hours have passed.
Fair enough.
It took fucking forever.
Yeah, how did the chimney plan go?
It worked.
It went exactly like I thought it would. It just took
Several hours.
Croc will probably make a like a willow vine lattice over the top of the chimney so that the denser smoke can push its way out.
Mm-hmm.
What's
But
a lattice?
hopefully cold air will not crawl its way in.
What's a lattice?
It's crispy water that you put in salads.
What?
That's lettuce.
Yeah, that's what
Basker's an
the fuck.
idiot.
Oh my god.
A lattice is the pattern of a fucking pie,
Yeah,
if
like
you know what I
chocolate
mean.
pie.
Yeah, it's
What?
like a woven.
You know the pattern on the
chainmail?
top of a pie? Yeah, that too.
Okay. Like just a sheet of it?
I would assume so. A lattice is like a. It's going to be vines that are interwoven to have holes. So like chicken wire made of vines.
Oh. Okay.
Like that. So all of the like the willow vines are like pulled very, very taut in a lattice formation, and the willow leaves are just gently lying on the top. So as the smoke comes out, it sort of pushes them aside because hot air is like naturally rises.
Yeah.
But then it's just further insulation, effectively.
Yep.
Very nice. Our friend is a master crafter.
Hmm?
I'm
All
gonna
right, well,
sit
that-
on Croc's shoulder.
John's
That-
feeling a little unappreciated, but it's okay.
That gives you enough warmth inside that with all of your body heat and the fire going, again, it's livable for now. You could maybe even sleep. But unfortunately, like, in the back of everyone's mind, the temperature is still dropping and you don't have any, like, winter clothes to be moving around in. So this is all very temporary measure to deal with the here and now.
Oh, after sleep, whether that's tomorrow or still today, I'm not really sure what time it is. We need to find something. Are there people or creatures or furs or pelts or something to get warm?
Probably people.
We're
I
gonna
mean, I would
skin
hope so.
people?
I mean,
Not
if we
just
have
steal
to.
their clothes.
Oh, that too.
Oh.
I mean,
I'm-
they're probably gonna die anyway, but better them than us.
I know there's nothing else living in the swamp, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, if you want to find living things, we're gonna have to leave the swamp.
How far of a walk is it to get to the edge of the swamp?
That depends how centralized Croc is in the swamp. I'm assuming your home wouldn't be too close to the border of it.
Definitely not close to the border now. Probably fairly centralized.
It's a big swamp. I think,
Oh yeah, like miles across.
yeah.
Oh, so this was all pointless.
Would you know if something came into the swamp, or do you just know it's empty right now?
Well, I travel around. That's how I knew that you were here.
Are there ever any predators or monsters or anything that wander through?
Not so long as I've lived here.
How long is that?
All my life.
How long is that?
Croc kind of thinks for a second, then they hold up their hand, and a little white orb that looks like the moon appears in their hand, and it goes through a cycle of, full waxing, waning,
Ooh.
and they say, about 90 of those.
90?
Oh, so you're like a child.
Wait, 9 or 90?
90.
So Croc is 7 years old.
No.
1.5.
They say 90 again, and you think they're saying 9?
Actually, no, hang on. Did the math wrong.
Oh, so yeah, because like a full moon cycle typically takes about a month.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
90 months would be 7.5 years.
Yeah, sorry. 36 moon cycles.
Wait, less?
Less?
Give or
Less?
take.
Wait, 3 years? Hold on. Hold on.
About that, I think.
Okay. I'm just going to assume that we're not talking about the same thing.
The moon changes in the sky
It does.
every 30 cycles of sun to moon. It changes and goes back over the same course.
So we are talking
Are
about
you-
the same thing.
Talking about days?
Yes. Yes, days. Well, as much as you get when it's like this.
Why are you counting in moon?
Oh,
What are you
because
counting?
it's been longer.
Summers?
Fingers? And I raise up my hand?
In
Either
terms of
way,
summers, yeah, about 3.
Wait. Okay, I must be getting this wrong. Are you saying you're 3 years old?
that's what all the math is adding up to. So
If you
it's about
judge a year by when it's summer and passes through the seasons back to summer again, then yes, I suppose.
Have you been counting your whole life?
What?
Yes.
Interesting. Hardly
I
relevant.
scratch my head confused.
Well, now we're obligated to take you with us because it doesn't sound like you're capable of taking care of yourself. You're a
Sounds like
child.
I'm more capable than any of you are.
I was gonna say, Luna, he's been taking care of us the whole time.
I fly off his shoulder and go sit on Al's instead.
So, wait. How are you so big if you're 3 years old?
I don't know. I've always been like this. What were you like?
What? I was small, like a child. How? What?
Well, that sounds inefficient.
What? It's. I didn't choose to be a child. Did you choose to be like this?
I didn't choose anything. I just woke up.
I
Well,
think we're wildly off topic. We have to figure out how to leave the swamp and get supplies.
That is true.
I don't want Al to doom spiral trying to figure out how all this works.
yeah, Al looks like he's 404ing right now. He has no idea what.
I mean, I don't know how any of it works, so good luck.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Oh, I guess we could talk about it now. We have to leave the swamp. We have to pick a direction. Never mind.
So we
You
can
said-
go back where we came and hope people are coming this way too, and just beat
Well,
the
we
shit
left-
out of the first people we come into.
We left where we came because there was a dragon there. So
Well,
going back doesn't seem like a good
yeah,
plan.
I mean, to the edge of the swamp, the way we came, people must eventually figure out they have to head to the water too.
I like that it's warmer here than it was outside the swamp, but if there's nothing here, we can't make any clothes. We can't get warmer, and this little hut here won't last forever.
It's getting
And-
significantly colder. Eventually, this isn't going to be able to keep you alive.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the way things are going, eventually nothing is going to be able to keep us alive until someone deals with this.
That's why we need to deal with it.
How?
Are we feeling tired at all?
Being that it's been as cold as it is, you've been feeling tired the whole time. So
yeah, but
you
like a
could
day has passed.
Yeah, enough time has passed that if you guys want to rest, you are absolutely able to do so.
But we don't feel any more tired than we did before?
Based on how much time's passed, you've got a couple of hours in you before you start feeling the desire to sleep. But you could go to sleep now if you chose to.
Are there any roads close to here?
No.
It's a swamp, Al.
Yeah,
Like
Like-
on the outskirts of the swamp,
that's
there's a
what
road that goes by, but it's
Yeah, it doesn't go through the swamp. It borders the swamp.
yeah, no one's that stupid.
We were. We cut through the swamp. Why didn't we stick to the road?
Well, because roads probably have patrols and shit, militia. Maybe even paladins.
Yeah, roads are dangerous.
Yeah, that's true.
So there is a moment mid-conversation where all of you have the sudden realization that, and this is difficult to gauge because it's already been fucking cold, but it was cold in a we've got just enough heat going on that I don't feel like I'm dying kind of way. The temperature drops like mid-sentence between words by about 10 degrees immediately.
Holy shit.
So before it was going in a kind of steady, it's getting a little bit colder and colder. There is a moment where the entire swamp, including your dugout, gets much colder. Now, in the dugout, it's only 10 degrees. Outside of it, it's really fucking cold. To the point that if you go outside, you're going to have to start making death saving throws. Something just happened.
Death or Constitution?
Constitution.
You'd hope he meant Constitution. You step outside, roll me a death saving throw.
Yeah.
I am gonna snuggle up in Al's pocket and make sure I re-warm his clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Since your clothes are warm, Al, do you want to go outside and see what the fuck just happened?
Go outside by yourself.
Well, I mean, we're only 15 feet away from the door, so if anything happens...
I don't think that's a very good idea.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You will always make the best decisions. I think that you really want to do this.
Fuck, he's fishing. I mean, is there like a door, or can we just see outside?
I imagine
there's a panel.
there's something preventing just cold air from flooding in across the floor.
I don't think we'd
There is
even
a
be able
thing-
to see anything.
resembling a door made out of plant matter.
You know what? Sure, I'll take a peek outside.
No, I
not-
hide
I'm
in the
not walk-
pocket. I am
I'm not walking.
getting
I am
deep in the pocket.
peeking away.
Luna down periscopes.
Yeah, and then like blanket over my head. I don't
Okay,
see
so
nothing.
Al, you head outside solo? Or, I guess, duo, being that you're taking Luna.
I'm just stepping right outside, like one step.
Okay. It's fucking freezing. Like, it's really bad. And just scanning the environment, like, at a cursory glance, there is a light in the distance. Now, the air is, like, foggy now, because the temperature just changed dramatically, so it is foggy. So you can't really see anything other than shapes, but there is a solid white light in the distance that you would assume to be the moon, except it's on eye level to you.
What?
I step back in, take out Lucy, sit tight, get ready, and I look at them and go, okay, don't panic, but the moon's coming here.
What?
What?
The moon,
What?
the
fuck?
moon is not in the sky, it's down here. And it's in this
Al,
general
that's not
area.
possible.
I saw it!
I don't think
It's
it is.
Go look.
I will go look.
Yeah, Croc is gonna step outside.
Okay. You see that the environment is like previous to when you were working on your hut and finding the moss and everything. It wasn't foggy. It was normal swampy, like mist in the air, but it wasn't foggy. It is now thick. You can't see your hand in front of your face fog. The one thing you can see is an almost pure white silver light source somewhere in the middle distance.
What direction is the doorway facing? Just out of curiosity.
I would say it's on a 75-degree angle to this light source, so not direct
but
onto
like,
it.
Like on the map. Like, are we looking out this way at the water, or are we facing this way? You know. Which way is
Frog,
that?
what direction is your door facing?
Probably like here, not up there, right?
I honestly don't know.
Then it is facing the mountains.
Okay.
Okay. Huh. Suspiciously, the area of the dragon would be generally behind.
So it's a silvery light source. Can any detail be made out? Does it like look like the moon would look beyond a foggy night, or does it look different?
It is... you can't get details. It is just very, very white, bright light in reasonably close proximity to you guys, to the point that you can tell it can't be past the mountain range, because the mountain range would be blocking it.
Yeah.
So the light must be within the swamp.
Does it look like a spell that I've seen before?
Make me an Arcana check.
Does it look like anything in nature that I know of? Like, it's obviously I've been here for 3 years. Is it at all familiar to me?
Anything in nature, yes. It looks like the moon,
moon.
except on eye level. Yeah.
I said that. Don't believe me.
That thing I described earlier, yes.
Does it
We are
look
going
like
to
a
steal the
natural
moon.
effect that I have seen over the past 3 years living here, or is it new?
It's brand new. With a 10 Arcana check, if it is magic, it's way more magic than you've ever seen.
That spooks me a little bit. You guys just see, like, John, like he's trying to remember reading the pages of a book, and he just kind of starts pacing back and forth and then heads inside without saying anything.
Well,
Is the smoke still like when it? From the way we set this up, and I'm asking out of character just to figure out how this is working. Is it like an actual chimney system where a lot of smoke is coming out and it's very visible where we are?
Yes. That's how I designed it.
It's so foggy right now, you turn to look and can't see.
Oh, that's good.
In the house?
Well, you can't see the chimney out the top of the house to see if there's any smoke. coming out.
Oh, okay.
Well, it would be good if whatever caused this fog can't see through it.
And usually
Oh my
creatures that... Oh, fuck.
Yes. Oh fuck is the correct answer here.
Well, maybe... Fuck.
I don't understand what's happening out there.
The moon is coming and it knows where we are.
It's not necessarily moving, it's just there.
Okay, John, what's happening out there?
Hey!
This is your best roleplay to date.
That's honestly amazing, and I'm so sorry, but John is back in the hut and probably can't hear you.
Yeah, I never went out to the hut. I went back in and never got back out there when you guys did.
Oh, okay, so John went back into the hut and he is talking. Okay. So, a large silvery object that would look like the moon is between us and the mountains. So, it's very foggy, and that's not where the moon would be. I think if the moon was actually out there.
No one fucking believes me anymore.
Well, it sort of looks like magic, but it also doesn't. I can't tell.
Okay.
When he
And-
says magic, I pop my head up out of the pocket.
So the light dims, but doesn't go out. And then you hear, in the middle distance, it's difficult to... Okay, it sounds like a tide, which is weird because you're not close enough to the coast to hear the tide, only it sounds like the tide is screaming.
And the tide is between us and the mountains, so not even in the direction of the coast.
Yep.
It's screaming. Is it perceptible? Is it words?
It might be.
I'll poke my head back
Is it a
inside.
language any of us recognize?
I will check your character sheets to figure out what languages you speak. Not for Al.
Oh, it doesn't speak common? Who would have thought? Well, I
Aw.
speak Underdark too, so.
Not for Luna, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't speak Draconic.
Nope.
It's
Not
gotta
for
be
Krot.
elemental in nature.
Let's see. Oh! John actually does vaguely understand this.
The fuck?
Something in Primordial is... I'm going to say it's weird, because it's not necessarily speaking spoken words, but you know enough Primordial to know that this is a elemental of some kind, howling in pain.
You said magic?
It's an elemental,
What?
like a creature made out of elements. Can I tell if it's one of the, like? I know that's probably already a stretch to tell that it's an elemental screaming in Primordial, but like Primordial has the subsets of like the Ignin, the other. Does it feel like it's one of those different demographics?
The water one.
The water one.
Aquan.
That's the one.
It feels like a water elemental screaming in pain.
Do you say that if we go outside, we're going to be making Constitution saves?
After an hour, yes. I believe that's the rule as it's written in the thing.
Okay.
And it's a middling distance. Is there...
Where does it look within an hour's travel?
You see, the fog makes that very difficult to tell. The sound is close enough that you're hearing something bellowing, so assumedly that is within walking distance.
Elementals are usually pretty big. Can John do like a mathematical equation to figure out? I'm just kidding.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
sure. Make
Time
me
out.
an intelligence
Yeah.
check. If you nat 20, I'll tell you.
Okay.
First nat 20.
Oh,
Close, but no
No,
cigar.
It's good, but not that good.
Does that mean you're considering traveling towards it?
Oh yeah, like Krak is like picking up their quarterstaff and, like, you know.
No. We go the other way. We go away from big scary thing.
but
It's not scary. It's an elemental. It needs help.
How do you
it
know
could be
it's help?
freezing. We're freezing. Imagine how water feels.
Exactly.
Aren't
It's
elementals,
water. It doesn't feel.
aren't elementals usually evil?
And even if they're not, you said it's in pain. Whatever hurt it could hurt us way worse.
I thought you were a big tough guy that wanted to go fight dragons.
I said it's likely we fight dragons. I said not alone, and you don't see me fighting an actual dragon. I was forced out of my fucking city by a church of dragons.
I just wanted to point that out.
Much like most things in nature, elementals are not aligned to paltry things like good and evil.
Yes, but how does it help us if we go there? I don't see the...
Well, he can talk to it. Maybe we can get answers.
Ah, fuck, if it's not gonna kill us, something else will anyway.
If,
Yeah,
if it doesn't kill us, the cold will.
Who knows? Maybe maybe it's being attacked by some beasts, and we can steal their fur.
How many beasts have you seen that would just go out of the way and attack an elemental in this
None.
cold?
None. I grew up in Waterdeep. It's a fucking city. There's no beasts. There's stray cats, maybe.
Oh no, if you haven't seen beasts in Waterdeep, you haven't seen enough of Waterdeep.
Yeah, you may not have noticed but John's given off those like rich city kid vibes. He hasn't.
No,
really
sure.
seen much.
Still, I commit to my statement.
Yeah. While they're bickering, Krak is just heading out.
Wait. Okay. And
I'll just tighten my fist traps and look to Luna. Wings, you're here with the rich guy. You're with Bucks. Keep him.
I'll go.
Don't let him freeze to death.
I'll go. I don't want to be here alone.
Yeah,
Al,
sure.
you're
she
not
can...
going?
I'm going. Just I can probably handle the cold better than him, so make sure he doesn't freeze to death.
Mm,
And I'll pull my coat close, or jacket, I guess, and just go out.
Yeah, I've got my bedroll wrapped around me, and I'm heading out with the rest of you.
I like that one of you is doing a suit up scene, the other is like just not getting out of bed but still moving.
can I... Do you have your bat on you? Al?
Yes.
Can I tap that and cast light?
Yep, so now there are 2 silver glowing sources. Or actually, what color is your light? What does it look
Mine
like?
would probably be like between purple and blue.
Okay, so there is like a purple-blue shimmering light very close to you now, Karak.
It's his bat! It's
Oh,
his
why
bat,
is
so
my
it looks like a
bat blue?
torch.
Why is it blue? Why does it confuse me? Why is it...
It's purple blue!
Yeah,
Do we-
sure.
Is it dark enough? Do we need light? Isn't it just going to reveal our position?
Even with the light, it's very difficult to see. And it's very difficult to navigate and step over obstacles, being that it's very difficult to see. Like, you have to get within a foot of a tree to actually see that it's there and stop in time to not walk face first into it. The fog
okay.
is oppressive.
Does it feel like a magical fog? Like,
what?
does it... So like, in non-magical fog, like if you were to go outside on a foggy day, you can see, like, the little wisps of water vapor, and you can kind of move it around with your hand. Like, you can manipulate it because it's physical, it's tangible, it's elemental. Does
Yeah,
this fog feel real, or does it feel like it's you know, like a magical fog would. Like, it's unattainable. It's a different, it's
It
non-interactive.
feels real, and the wetness of it combined with the cold is stinging your face to the point where you're like, you just warmed up and your skin is going numb again in not a good way.
Oh, I love it. Okay, let's go quickly. Okay, guys. Hopefully this is a good idea. Let's go. As I look out, everyone else is already gone.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Croc is leading the way.
I'm flying out of Al's pocket and going over to John, and I'm gonna find a way into his bedroll that he's got, like, cuddled up against himself, and I will, like, remove one of the heat sources from Al and put it on John's blanket or bedroll, whatever the hell he's using.
Yeah, I've got the bedroll wrapped around my shoulders like a fur pelt, and I'm sure that you can, like, nuzzle in next to my ear or somewhere in my beard if you wanted to.
And
In my head, he's in a full-on sleeping bag and he's just jumping over.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I was picturing as well.
100%.
I pictured Al as doing like the Batman suit up theme, like scene where he's like pulling stuff on really tight and like marshalling his gear and checking all of his stuff, and then just hopping behind him is John, fully in a sleeping bag with just his face poking out with like a frozen beard.
Checks out.
I was hoping a little more dignified than that, but that's headcanon I fuck with.
Rule of cool, my friend, and unfortunately you are not.
Yeah, Croc is just leading everybody towards this moon.
Right, so
It's me.
wrapped in the sleeping bag with the warm spell on it feels much less like death. I'm going to say, if anyone has like an item of clothing with Luna's warm spell cast on it, it would give you advantage on that saving throw that's coming up in an hour.
Oh.
I think I can do the same thing with Druidcraft.
Yeah.
Can you warm something and up to 3 things?
I don't think I can do up to 3, but I think I can do 1.
Okay, then I believe in a party of currently 4, you could have 4 warm things.
Yeah.
Al's jacket and pants are warmed. John's blanket is warmed, and I'm under the blanket.
Okay.
I
So
get double advantage.
As long as Croc is warming something of their own, then you all would end up with advantage when that check comes along. Anyway, so you're heading towards the light. It's rough going. Like it's moving through rough terrain because of the fog, which is really annoying because you don't necessarily get tripped up by rough terrain, but you keep like walking like right up into something, not necessarily like smashing against it, but into something that you couldn't even see was there, and it's very frustrating to having to stop, start, and like move around objects that you weren't even able to ascertain beforehand. As you get closer, the screaming sound gets like at first louder, but then it starts to actually like peter off. So the crashing wave sound that sounded like a stormy sea smashing against rocks is now ebbing in not a good way, because it doesn't sound like it's getting quieter or calming. It sounds like it's dying.
Yeah, Croc's probably going to double time it.
Yep, okay. So...
yeah, John will keep pace.
Within 10 minutes, you find... the fog is just suddenly gone, which is really helpful, except the air is suddenly supernaturally still, and you can see this light is a... Well, it was originally a swirling ball of water. Around the base of it, and you're a fair distance away from it, but now that the fog's clear, you can see a fair distance. You're all presented with the sight of a paladin and several... It's not clear if they're militia members or just straight-up cultists, standing in a circle below this glowing orb, which appears to be... I explained it as previously swirling. It's a orb of swirling water that, while it swirls, is freezing and screaming. You see the face of an elemental trying to press out of this perfect sphere that it seems to be contained in, but as it's happening, bits of it are freezing. As it freezes, it thaws again, and you see almost beautiful wisps of cold, like sparkly, frozen, just droplets of fog, wisping out of this thing and then heading up into the atmosphere that, at a radius around this thing, seems to be held back. So...
Oh, that's how they're freezing the domain for the ice dragons. Right?
What?
Now, it's definitely not helping my swamp.
No, it's killing your swamp.
How close are we to them?
You could probably get there in 2 to 3 minutes if you did a Terminator sprint in that direction.
I start doing a Terminator sprint in that direction.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
Whoa! That's a K move right there. Hold on.
They're killing my swamp, guys.
Who keeps pace?
It's a K move?
How scary, like, from the backstory and our previous interactions with paladins, are they? Are they, like, just normal, strong enemies, or are they, like, supernaturally, like, feared? What emotions is John feeling? Like, because I remember what happened in my backstory, so he's not having a good time right now, but is it something that, like, is it a surmountable challenge?
So there are regular Nazis in the SAS, and you don't know what you're up against.
Okay.
A 3 guy. Come on. Let's end the campaign before it starts. I mean, no, but I will actually just jump in place, just getting the blood to pump through my body as tusks take a couple of steps ahead of me, then I'll just start chasing.
Nice.
Okay. I guess I'll look down at Luna and be like, I guess we're going?
how's going? We gotta
Okay.
go.
Okay. And then I'll start running, and I'm gonna use a sorcery point to subtle spell and cast mage armor on myself.
Okay. So it
I'm assuming that's undetectable.
Yes.
you get there a little bit winded because it is a 2 to 3 minute sprint and you just go. John, you were going to try and keep pace, right?
I was gonna try.
Does everyone have a 30-foot movement speed? Is everyone kind of within the same realm?
Yeah.
No. 10-foot movement
Okay.
speed.
I'm carrying your though.
Yeah, but you're being carried. So, okay. The way this works is after a certain amount of rounds of sprinting solidly, I think it's like 10, which is a minute, you start having to make constitution checks, like to keep it going. So let's just, for expediency's sake, have everyone that's running make 3 constitution checks in a row, and we'll see if everyone keeps pace together or if some people fall behind.
Does
Con
having
checks or con saving throws?
Let's say saves.
expertise in athletics do anything for me here?
That's a good point. I also have. I'm also athletic.
We should not do that because I have a -2 to my athletic.
No, it's not necessarily an athletics thing because athletics is burst of energy. This is keeping it going for as long as you're going for.
Fair enough.
Counter offer.
Mm-hmm.
Would our proficiency in athletics help by granting us proficiency on our con saves if we didn't have it?
Unfortunately not, no.
Oh, okay.
This is literally how long your body can go for. Okay.
How is it that bad? How is that even
Hey.
possible? How? I have a +5. How is that even possible? No, I quit.
Uh,
Okay, Croc, I'm gonna need your 3 so I can
Yeah.
describe this scene.
So, because I'm going to be doing this, I will be casting resistance on myself as I run. So, I will use the resistance on the saving throws if I need it. Cool. Cool. Cool.
No, your swamp is in danger. You are just Terminator running.
So the 23, a 22, and a 22 because I'm using my resistance roll for the last one.
Yeah, for the first minute, Al is alongside you, Terminator running. After the first minute, he immediately drops back, which is funny because John stays in view, hopping in his fucking sleeping bag. And Al, you're looking at these guys who are much lither than you, sprinting ahead, and there's a fairly obvious reason for why it's going this way, despite your con modifier. You're built for muscle and power. You're not a sprinter. You're not a runner. You don't have that kind of body shape. You're not designed for this. So you fall back immediately. You're 30 feet behind in the first minute, 60 feet behind in the second minute. You are 90 feet behind. By the time Kruik gets there, John, you're 30 feet back. So you kept reasonable pace. So right now we've got Kruik gets there to this event.
Now, where is there? Is there in the scrum? Is that like in melee?
No. I would say even I'm ending this with Kruik at least 30 feet out, so I'm not just putting you in melee with the scene because I need to tell you what's there.
Of course.
But you get there, and you've got the orb floating above you. There is... How do I explain this, man? There is a... And clearly this is the Paladin. There is a man there with a breastplate, massive Tiamat insignia in the middle, big silver ice dragon head as the main motif. And he would be a normal human in, like, black armor with silver trim. But his skin is pure white. His hair is silver. His eyes are silvered over. And he has what almost looks like a glowing ice blue tattoo up the side of one of his cheeks on his face that, like, links into the very corner of his eye. Now, there are 5 other cultists around who are obviously cultists at this point. These people are armed with scimitars. They're in light clothes. And the most annoying thing about these people aren't that they're killing your swamp. It's that they all look perfectly warm in this sub-zero temperature. Mm-hmm. And not all of them have the white skin or the silver hair, but they all have that same ice blue tattoo that weaves, like, up the neck, across the face, and hooks into the eye. Mm-hmm. Now, all of them turn and look, but the cultists are chanting. The paladin just draws sword and points it towards you in a kind of who goes there sort of manner. And he like, quickly turns to the cultist that's near to him and says, "Keep going," through gritted teeth, and then starts advancing towards you. Now, do you want to try and dialogue with this man, or are you trying to just run up to him and start shit immediately?
First thing I want to do is I just want to cast a spell on him.
That would count as starting shit, so that means we skip the dialogue section. We are immediately on to roll initiative.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm so far away.
Time for that.
Okay, so... Well, everyone's rolled initiative. Can you guys see the Theatre of the Mind?
Yeah.
We sure can.
Right, so...
Although, interestingly, I cannot select my character token.
You can't select your character.
Oh yeah,
token.
I can't select mine either.
Previously, I had been able to, but potentially because Luna and I changed our character sheets.
What? My character sheet got changed?
I thought it did. Last time, when I logged in to change my character sheet, you also had 2 character sheets.
I only see one.
Hold on.
If there's a different version of mine, then that's interesting.
Okay, your token hadn't been updated just yet.
Oh. I can
Is
touch
it
myself.
selectable now?
Yep.
Okay, and for Luna, why is her token not? Luna Icewing, controlled by... Yep. I don't know what's wrong with Luna's. That should be selectable.
It is indeed not. Oh, now it is.
Did you send us a message saying what the standard of the boxes is?
Standard.
Oh, red's temporary, green is HP, and blue is armor class.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was looking for the message, but I couldn't find it because I couldn't fucking remember.
Did I?
Now where else at?
I think my chat log is lagging.
Entire roll20 is very laggy.
The last roll in the chat log is Croc at 4.
Yeah, I heard mine and I see it on the turn order, but I don't see it in the chat.
You rolled twice, one for 20 and one for 5.
Is your chat forcibly scrolled up?
No.
Hmm.
I'll try refreshing.
It's gonna be one of these characters that never roll above a 10, isn't it?
Yep.
Hold on a minute. Where are my bloody macros? I don't have my NPC roll initiative macro. Oh, I can't live without that.
It's alright. Session 0 bugs getting worked out.
Yeah, this is why this is session 0. Give me a...
I do see copy of Luna Icewing, but I don't see it on the character sheet. Like when I go to select one, it says I have that option.
Yeah, that should be an archived character sheet. I don't know why it got doubled up. I'm not sure what went on there.
Yeah.
Alright, so you start casting a spell. Unfortunately, this guy is slightly faster than you. So he sees you casting a spell. And you know what? The thing that makes most sense to him is he pulled his sword, but he sees you start casting something. The sword immediately just drops out of his hand. He doesn't even like bother to sheath it. It just drops to the ground. Blade sinks into the soil. From under his like shoulder cloak on one side, he pulls up a heavy crossbow, and he's just gonna take a single shot at you, Karak, immediately because he sees hostile and is not into it.
Rolls he's about like a solid 30 feet away from me.
Yep.
Cool.
Rolls a 13. I don't believe that hits you, does it?
It does not.
Okay. Let's see. Can I get you on the token layer? There we go. Okay. So he fires a crossbow shot at you, but it goes wide, and then he's kind of standing ready, almost like he doesn't want to leave the circle, and is just defending the nearby cultists.
Yeah.
But that is going to be yeah, that's his one object interaction as well. So that is his turn for now. Which leads us on to John. You are 60 feet back from the action, being that I said you were 30 feet back from Karak.
Yep. Okay, so for my first turn, I'm going to look at what the cultists are doing. Does it look like they're all involved in the chat? And then I'm going to look at the thing that's trapping the water elemental. Does it seem like the swirling blob is the body of the elemental, or does that feel like it's some kind of a device containing the elemental?
It's really difficult to tell without inspecting it over a turn of combat. If you want to spend the time figuring it out, that would be your action.
That's fine. I'll spend my action to do that.
Okay, make me a Arcana check.
Alright. I hit the button. It's not showing up. Refreshing.
Roll 20.
Oh, it doesn't want to refresh the page. Roll 20 on Google Chrome sometimes is perfect, and other times...
Yeah, I stopped using Google Chrome with Roll20 for this reason. I just can't deal.
Do I even have any other browser?
I was thinking about getting Opera GX, but...
I switched over to Edge and have been finding it much, much better.
I don't like Edge on principle.
Edge is still lagging for me on Roll20 right now. I think it's just being slow today.
I'm using Firefox and everything's great.
You say that in a way that makes me believe that you don't believe that.
No, everything's fine. Like it's buttery smooth scrolling.
Oh, there we go.
Stuff's rolling. It's rolling like natural 20s and.
Well, that's my problem. I'm using Chrome. That's why I'm rolling like shit.
Okay, so with a 10, you aren't able to see any arcane stuff going on purely because the brightness of this thing shining out is just obscuring your vision. So you're not picking up on the things you would need to be able to see. So you don't know if this is the body of the elemental or if this is like some containing mechanism keeping it stuck in there doing what it's doing.
Okay. No bonus, and I'm gonna stay right where I'm at.
Okay, 60 feet back. Got it.
Yeah.
Right. So that leads us on to Croc. You are able to cast your spell.
Oh, yeah, so I finished casting Heat Metal on the Paladin.
Okay, what are you heating?
His breastplate.
Interesting. All right. I'm hypothetically trying to figure out how much heat metal heats a thing by versus the amount of fucking cold going on in this environment.
Your mum.
But you know what? It's touching him, so regardless of how cold the environment is, it's still gonna scold the fuck out of him.
If it helps, it glows red hot.
Yeah, which is over 1200 degrees.
So is there a save for that, or does it just happen?
There is not. The only save that happens is if a creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop the object, or is incapable of doing so, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. And if I use a bonus action to continue heating metal, that just maintains.
Okay, so his breastplate is glowing red hot, you said?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
Noted.
And any creature within physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell, and I can do it again on subsequent turns. With a bonus action.
Roll the 2d8 now then, and we'll see how much he's hurting by.
Yeah,
5. Okay, well, his armor starts to glow and he starts sizzling in it. You would expect most mortal people to start, like, screaming and trying to freak out. He just sort of grits his teeth and growls while cooking in this armor. He looks pissed more than in pain.
Yeah, that's an understandable reaction. And then as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Shillelagh on my quarterstaff and advance on him.
Righto. So the full 30 feet up to him?
Yep.
Right, and I'm not entirely sure. Right, here we go. Right, can you see a health bar?
Yeah.
Yes.
But not numbers.
But not numbers.
Perfect. All right. Boss music can start now then.
That's a chunky boy.
I mean, it was only 5 damage.
Yeah.
Alright, so he is sizzling. You are face to face with him. Shillelagh. What does your Shillelagh look like, by the way, when you cast that?
So Karak's quarterstaff is just a long piece of like very, very gnarled worked wood, kind of like Gandalf's first staff.
Mm-hmm.
And as they shillelagh it, it sort of kind of like twists in their hand, And to be honest, it doesn't really change. It doesn't really change that much, actually. Yeah, because it's just a quarterstaff. It just some vines just seem to like slither out of it and just like twist around it.
Right.
Kind of like a all natural version of wrapping barbed wire around your baseball bat.
Mm-hmm. So thorny vines?
Yeah, a little bit thorny, yeah.
Okie
A little
dokie.
bit thorny.
Alright. NPC. So technically a cultist is taking a turn right now, but they are taking their turn still looking up to the orb, and I'm not going to say necessarily chanting, because each different cultist is saying a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
They are all speaking in a language that some of you speak. It's clearly Draconic, but because they're kind of talking over each other, it's very difficult to discern what any of them are saying in the din of combat.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is Luna's turn. Luna, I believe you're in a pocket.
No, I'm like next to John's neck or head or something. Like I'm under his blanket thing.
Yeah.
Ah, under collar.
Do I need to take an action to get out?
No, it's not an action to get out. It would just cost maybe 5 feet of movement.
Okay, and he's 60 feet away, right?
He is indeed.
From what?
From where the Paladin and now Croc are clashing, which is only about 10 feet away from where the orb is.
Okay. And is Croc, like, in my way if I wanted to cast something on the Paladin?
No, I assume even if you guys were running shoulder to shoulder, and he went straight forward, you'd be able to kind of shoot around, like, you'd be at a slight angle to the Paladin. You're not necessarily going to be in each other's way.
Knowing that their allies were like right behind them, Krug definitely would have like done a slight angled beeline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna fly out from under the blanket thing and then go maybe 30 feet or 25 or a little bit closer, but kind of at an angle, so I'm in like the opposite side, so I can get a cleaner shot towards the Paladin. And just for curiosity's sake, I'm gonna shoot a ray of frost at him and see what happens.
Oh. Okay. A ranged spell attack, so can you make me the spell attack part of that?
Maybe? Oh no, something's wrong with my spell sheet.
There should be like a cogwheel thing next to the spell that asks you whether you want the spell description. There you go.
Well, no, like on the main sheet, it looks like it's merged some of my spells. I'm very confused. I could be bugged out.
You seem to have Ray of Frost multiple times.
Well, sleep and absorb elements are together. I have like several things that are just merged together. At least on my screen, I don't know. It's probably bugged.
On my screen, I'm just seeing the same spells repeated at least 3 times. Not really sure why that is, but anyway, a 12 does not hit, unfortunately. So it strikes against, like, the Ray of Frost shoots out, and he turns, so it strikes against his breastplate, which is red hot, and it just, like, fizzes. So it's heat hitting cold. So there's just a lot of, like, steam coming off. Doesn't necessarily cool the metal any, like he was hoping for, but...
Okay.
Your spell has not struck out any damage.
That is my turn.
Okie dokie. Then a cultist continues to chant, and that brings us round to Al, who is 90 feet away, and you are unable to take the dash action on your turn because you are exhausted.
I'm panting in the fucking cold weather, and they just continue running.
Well, you can't continue running. You have slowed to a jog. You are out of breath.
30 feet is what I mean.
Okay.
Can you move my 30 feet?
You can move 30 feet. You just can't take the dash action.
And on the way there, I just want to pick out a very, like, big rock, the biggest rock I can, like, hold in one hand and effectively throw.
Mm-hmm.
and just that's all I can do. So
What?
Picking up a rock.
Am I in range to throw it at the cultist from 60 fucking feet out?
God no.
You can certainly try.
Sure. I have proficiency in improvised weapons. Let's do it.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
we all have proficiency in improvised weapons. Let's try it. So, what would it count as? Like a dart?
Just make me a weapon attack roll. Any weapon attack. You can even use Lucy if you like.
There you go.
Okay. 19, your shot is perfect, your trajectory is great. No, you absolutely cannot throw 60 feet. What the fuck were you thinking?
I expect nothing to lose. Yeah, that's my turn. I'll pick up another rock if I can.
You throw it a very impressive 20 feet, which is 40 feet shy.
Yeah. It's an impressive throw. Throwing a rock that size 20 feet is impressive.
It's a Herculean feat of strength and an equally impressive feat of lack of intelligence.
Yep.
Perfectly in character. Moving on.
Okay, that brings us round to my apprentice, who drops the crossbow, which unfortunately doesn't clatter to the ground. It's on some sort of strap, so it just swings back down and like smacks against his side. He makes a grab for his sword, which no one put a hand on it, so he just pulls that up out of the ground as his object interaction, and then he's going to make 2 attacks at Kruark.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage, yes.
Yeah, I figured casting Shillelagh, running towards him, and casting Heat Metal was way too much to also do something to his sword, which is why I did him.
Yeah, I
think you would have told me to fuck off at that point.
I was going to say, there's only so many things you can do in a turn.
Absolutely.
I mean, technically speaking, you still have his object interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but an object interaction usually doesn't take into account where you are being contested.
Yeah. And he would absolutely be contesting. Like,
absolutely.
He would have took his reaction to try and stop. But also it's a great sword, so it's not a single-handed, easy to pull up thing. So
what I heard is the hurt is about to come down.
Does this roll with advantage or disadvantage? It does. So we've got an 8 and a 9. So 2 very wide vroom, vroom swings through the air, but we're not making contact with any flesh at this point. And it definitely seems to be that even though he's not screaming, because his chest plate is burning him, he is distracted by this immensely.
Yeah, my man's being microwaved and his nipples are blistering.
I didn't weave that image, but now unfortunately can't get it out of my head. Anyway, John.
You're welcome.
Alright, so I'm going to run 30 feet forward towards the scrum, and hopefully that puts me within 30 feet of the orb.
Well, the orb is 10 feet off the ground, though I guess if you get within 30 feet of it, you're within 30 feet of it, so yes.
Okay, so I'm going to use my last sorcery point, or we're going to subtle spell Enlarge Reduce, with the target being the water elemental inside the orb.
Ooh.
And I'm going to call out in Aquan, we are here, whatever the guttural sounds of Aquan will be, we are here to help you, brother. Burst your bubble and come join the fight.
Right. What does Enlarge Reduce say about if you don't have enough space to be in that area?
Let me see. Here is the spell description. Let's go through it.
It becomes it becomes one size larger than it already is, so that's about it.
Doubles its size in all dimensions. Multiplies its weight by 8.
If there isn't enough room for the target to double its size, the creature object attains the maximum possible size in the space available.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Its weight still octuples.
Yes. Also says willing creature.
Well, I did call out to it.
You did indeed. But this is a very angry, very in pain elemental. You know what? I will say it's willing. You cast your spell, you feel it take hold, but unfortunately, like, nothing visually happens. It just swirls a bit harder.
hopefully you've given it a fighting chance.
Damn. Okay. And then, for my object interaction, I will grab my quarterstaff out of my bedroll, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have a light crossbow. Why is that in my fucking attacks? That's irrelevant. I don't have an action or a bonus action, and I use my move, so my turn is over. But
Okay.
I got some macros to fuck with.
Moving on to Kroak.
Yeah, I will bonus action, re-up my heat metal spell to burn him again.
Yep. That continues to work.
10. That's a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to club at him with my magic quarterstaff.
Yep, go for it.
Ugh, not good.
Yeah, he's too practiced. Even though he's not managing to hit you, you swing at him with the club and he turns the staff. He turns the blow aside with the greatsword fairly easily in a very practiced sort of way. Like, it's second nature to him.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude's a warrior. Yes, that's bonus action.
Is there any save on heat metal, or does that just keep happening until someone puts a stop?
It just keeps happening. That's why it's such an amazing spell.
Mm-hmm.
Is it concentration? Is that the
It
downside?
is concentration.
So there's your downside.
Yeah.
Right, but it's given the one opponent that could hit Kroak disadvantage to hit them, and they have a very high AC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just generally a really, really good spell. Like, low damage, but consistent as fuck.
Oh, and especially versus highly armored opponents. Like,
well, that's the delightful part of it.
Okay, so this cultist has decided full fuck it and is not interested in maintaining the spell anymore. So they cease what they were saying, pull out their scimitar. The moment they cease it, the orb, changes shape. It's no longer perfectly spherical. It's now like a weird, almost egg-shaped oblong. And you can see, the elemental, trying to squeeze itself out, but it's not managing to get through. It's pushing against one side now, but it's not getting free.
They get a bonus from being technically a size category larger on their strength?
It's not making any difference, I'm afraid.
I've wasted a spell.
Alright, so the cultist makes a rush for Kroak. And I've always had such amazing luck with these dragon cultists. They've always been... Okay. He rushes towards Kroak, pulls out the scimitar. Unfortunately, he pulls it out with a bit too much zeal and vigor, so the frosted end of the blade just slips clean free of his grasp.
Did you have that one?
Of course I did. His scimitar just spins off into the swamp and clatters to the ground. He rushes at you, Kroak, fumbles a ritual knife, which literally looks like a butter knife to you at this point, jabs it into your breastplate, and gets it clean stuck in the wood. And he can't even pull it back out. He's struggling with it. You're busy fighting someone else, and there is a man with a butter knife, almost like trying to carve a rune into your breastplate with the effect he's having on you right now. Anyway,
Amazing.
it's Luna's turn.
Well, how close am I to the other cultists that are still chanting?
They are only 10 feet back from this scuffle that is happening right now, so if were you 60 feet away with John?
No, I got closer
John,
on that turn.
up.
Yeah, John moved up 30 feet.
Well, I got
And
closer
she
on my
moved up
turn, and my
behind us.
turn was before that.
Right, so you're...
I said, you said 5 to get out of his thing, and I said the rest of the 25.
Right, so you're 25 feet closer. So you'd only be 5 feet away from the scuffle, so you're 15 feet away from the other cultists.
Okay. Can I try to Ray of Frost one of them instead?
Absolutely.
Just as an experiment?
Okay, that absolutely hits, unlike with the Paladin.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it deals no damage to the
Yeah.
cultists.
Do
You
I
see
recognize that?
Yeah, you see that, like, rune that's, like, up their neck, across their face, hooking into their eye. Like, it just pulses a bit brighter for a moment and then dims back down to nothing. Like, they are immune to cold damage.
So I see that, and then I shout back to everyone, so I know it was probably obvious, but they're immune to cold! And that's my turn.
Thanks, Luna! You
Amazing.
hear John yell in a high-pitched panic voice.
Croc just shouts back, "Aye, any intel's good."
You all are so supportive. This is going great.
While, like, trying to bonk the paladin on the head with a stick, and just just gently trying to shove the cultist, like, go away. You're not involved in this, dude.
He wants to
Actually,
be.
if I'm not too close to them, like, to not get opportunity attacked, I will move away from the paladin fight a little bit.
Okay.
Like, maybe 10 feet.
Yeah, you're far enough away to not get opportunity attack, so you're 15 feet back from the scuffle now?
Yeah. And
So
flying,
25 feet
'cause
away from the cultists?
I don't move fast on the ground, I'm flying.
Right. I just generally assume that you are flying.
Be back in just a sec.
Okay, round to Al.
Who's still just sprinting his way there. Oh, well, casually jogging his way there.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, so I moved 30 feet forward, and I'm assuming I still can dash.
You are... No, you can't dash. You are 30 feet away now.
I can only throw a rock 20 feet.
Yeah, you did an amazing job of throwing a rock 20 feet before.
Pick up a rock and wait.
Oh my god, are you serious?
I literally cannot do anything. What do you mean?
You don't have a crossbow or anything?
No. What the fuck would I
Chuck,
do with those?
yeet your bat at them.
Oh
How
my
is
God.
my bat lighter than a fucking stone?
You're not supposed to do this as a DM, but you've already thrown a rock once, and now you're just standing still. You have a rock, and your one weapon is a baseball bat.
What? Here, I'll try to baseball bat a rock
Oh
to
my
their
I
head.
can't believe I had to walk you through that one.
Listen, baseball is
He's just
sport.
in character, alright? He's just in character.
Yeah, sure. How even would you roll that? How do I roll a baseball bat swing on a rock?
Okay, you toss the rock up in the air, and you make a weapon attack.
Sure.
Good God, it's good. Okay, so you smack this rock with an 18, which meets the paladin's armor class, so you prang a rock into the side of this paladin's head for a whole 1 damage.
Nah, I think it was more in character for him to not be intelligent enough to figure that out.
It's 1 damage, I'll take it.
Absolutely, but it was killing me inside, and I couldn't let it go on any longer. I'm
Poor
sorry.
Blaze.
Every point counts.
Croc just sees this rock slam into the side of the paladin's head, and just, like, looks back and gives Al a big thumbs up.
Al is a distance away. Al is
Yeah.
30 feet back, so that was a hell of a go.
Your bat is still glowing.
Oh
Oh,
God, it is.
Ah, so we know where he is, as do all the enemies.
Clearly, that one's the wizard.
Yep.
Clearly.
Clearly.
The wizard still hasn't cast any spells. Visually.
is that your turn, Al?
I literally can't do anything else, so.
Oh.
Okay. Cultist is still chanting. Cultist is still chanting. The apprentice paladin. Right. He's. Oh my God! Really? I was gonna say he was gonna use his special action to try and inspire the guy next to him. I've just done some mental calculation and realized that both me and the paladin think that guy is useless. So instead, he's going to continue his greatsword swinging at Croc.
Wow. Rude.
For an 8 and a 7, thanks to the disadvantage.
Yeah, both miss.
Love it.
So this isn't even making contact with Croc. It's not like bouncing off the armor. This guy is swinging like wildly, just trying to keep you at bay because he is sizzling in his armor. John.
Hello.
It is your turn.
All right. I'm going to run forward to one of the cultists that is still chanting, and realizing that I'm weak as fuck, I'm going to toss my quarterstaff to the side, pull my dagger, and try to stab him in the neck.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
That's much more efficient than you needed to be. So this guy concentrating on the orb has no idea that you're there. Roll damage, because you come up behind him and just sink the dagger straight into his flesh.
Did I roll for crit? Was it with advantage, theoretically?
No.
Yeah, okay. So, minimum damage.
Yeah, minimum damage. So you go for the jugular, and he seems to see the shadow coming up behind him because he turns at the last second. You get an awful lot of shoulder for 2 damage.
And hopefully he stops concentrating on...
I will make him make a Constitution saving throw, just for fairness. Which they can't do anything else, but he absolutely fucking nails with a nat 20. You sink your dagger into his shoulder, he doesn't even break verse. Like, there's not even a hitch in his breathing.
God damn. What can I do with a bonus action? Nothing, I'm a wizard.
Is he close enough to one specific one of them to at least figure out what they say? Since he speaks the language?
I mean, yeah, he is a lot closer now.
That's true. Yeah, I'm close enough to stab one.
Yeah. The guy that you just stabbed is repeating a series of draconic phrases that... And Draconic as a language is very difficult because it speaks in concepts that are mostly, like, relating to stuff dragons care about. This is several draconic words because they have a multitude of them for gripping, squeezing, clawing, closing your claw around something, wringing the life out of something. It's strangulation, all of words of that ilk in a chain. And you notice it's a thing where he says something and there's almost a call and response from the guy across him. And one of the guys in the circle doesn't have his guy for call and response anymore and is doing a thing where he's panicking and trying to say both sides of the thing, and it's not going well. He's trying to do the call and the response, and like you can see he's running out of breath.
Okay, so I'm gonna move well, it's still my turn, over to that guy that's panicking and ready to stab him with my next attack.
Okay. Perfect.
That guy is trying to sing both parts of a duet.
Yes, he literally is.
Aww.
It's not going well for him.
He's lonely.
Being
It's
that
okay,
it's
he's got a friend now.
He does. Being that it's not going well for him, and it's immediately his turn, he is going to... Oh, God, I hate the layer stuff going on here. Token layer, there we go. Haven't used Roll20 in a while. He's going to take a swing at you with his scimitar immediately. So he whips out the scimitar. You've just moved into melee range. That is an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Oofed.
Okay, so you move into range, and it was almost like he was baiting you into a false sense of security, because he just stops the verse, draws the scimitar, and like draws it basically across your chest for 3 points of slashing damage.
Excellent.
And I believe you have to make a Constitution saving throw,
Oh yeah.
which you nail.
Fuck yeah. But he's still he has stopped chanting.
Yes. So the orb is looking even more like elongated now. It's almost stretched to the point that it's not a sphere, it's almost a wheel, because it's still spinning and going round. And now that it's a wheel, it's kind of picking up momentum and like wobbling on its axis. It no longer looks like it's stable in space. Like this thing, if this keeps up, is going to fly off in a direction at some point. Because you can tell in the way it's wobbling, there is a center of gravity to it, but the way it's spinning now looks like it's eventually going to break that center of gravity. Anyway, Croc, it's your turn.
Unsurprisingly, I'm going to upkeep heat metal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's burn this little fucker some more. 11.
That's some good damage.
That is some good damage. And I'm gonna try hitting him again, I think. Like it's not going the best for me so far, but I'm gonna try just another quarterstaff swing because my shillelagh is still up. So.
Yep, go for it.
Ooh, 21.
21 does hit.
Alrighty. 12.
Oof.
That's a lot of damage.
Damage coming through.
So, while he's flailing around and sizzling in his armor, there's a moment where he swings so wide that he puts himself off balance. You see your moment and just like crash center nose, like blood all the way down his face and chin, matted into his previously silvery beard. Very red human blood. You were expecting something like slightly different and off kilter, being that his skin is so white, but no, like very human looking blood that is almost like stark contrast against the otherwise no colored skin.
Yeah.
And he is looking rough now.
Yeah, I think that's my turn. Except I will I will turn my amber eyes on the cultist that poked me with this little butter knife. Look between like the paladin and the cultist and just grin and say, "You're next, laddie."
Okay. Is that your full turn?
That is my full turn, yeah.
Okay, well, I believe it is round to next, laddie.
For convenience, do you want me to like move over so that I'm like with those two?
Yeah, you can do what you want in the Theatre of the
Okay.
Mind screen. It doesn't matter to me.
Just so like we know who's that bad guy. I mean, luckily there's only like 3, so it's not difficult to keep track of right now, but...
Okay, talking is still a free action, so it's at this point that you say, "You're next, laddie." The cultist, still holding on to the butter knife, looks to the paladin, and the paladin, like, blood running down his face, teeth gritted, just spits the words, "Let it loose," through blood. And all of the cultists in that moment stop chanting. The orb disappears, and a gargantuan swirling mass of ice and water plummets to the ground, at which point you see the body language of the cultists, of pretty much all of them just turn away about face, all in different directions, like just away from the center mass. The paladin too, like he's loosened his grip on his greatsword. Everyone's about to go into sprint. Like this just turned from a fight to fuck it, boys, let it out, we're out.
Yeah.
That's just the body language, though. Luna, it is your turn.
So is Al like still behind me? Like I'm closer to the action than he is, right?
Yeah, I think he's about 5 feet further from the action than you are.
Okay, well, seeing that shit go down, I'm because he's like basically gonna be running past me, so I'm gonna like fly past him as he's running past me, but I don't know if he's gonna end up stopping, but either way I should be able to go up and I might hold on. Is it? No, I'm just gonna regular cast. I'm gonna hit him with this. And
Okay.
I am gonna back the fuck up.
Al is protected from aberrations, celestial... Oh, okay, hold on.
Elementals.
Elementals is the main one.
Elementals, Fae, Fiends, and Undead. Yeah, and it's not one type. It's all of those at once, right?
Indeed, it is.
Okay.
This is starting to give me the feeling that I'm gonna be fighting the elemental.
I don't
race.
know, but I'm scared. I tap him with that on the way past and be like, good luck.
I start running. Wait, what?
And I back up the maximum I can. So
Okay.
30
Oh.
feet back.
Shit, that's a lot closer to me than I thought it was going to be.
Well, okay, here's the thing. It should be, like, here. It's
But it's
really close, because you remember I explained it being, like, 15 feet away. It's a large thing. So it drops, and there we are. So we're gonna roll.
Didn't Basker make it bigger?
He did.
time of the spell. It didn't have anywhere to enlarge to, so it's up to Blaze if now the enlarge reduce kicks in and it doubles in size, or
Oh no.
because it's an ongoing effect. It is a concentration spell. I don't know if that means that it re-ups every round.
You know what? Yeah, we'll.
I should have kept
kaiju
my
this
mouth
bitch.
shut.
I'm more than happy for that. So I
'Cause it's
rolled its
friendly.
initiative. I don't know if you can see it on the turn order. It
No.
rolled a 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Doing
But-
great.
This thing, now you've seen water elementals before. They look like rolling waves.
Mhm.
This does not look like this. This is swirling ice. There's water in it, but it is ice that is constantly being like broken because it's trying to swirl like water and is then reforming. So it's a slush mix right now, but it keeps freezing, like bits of it keep freezing together and then splitting apart and swirling back round, and it's in agony. Like it's just writhing in pure agony. And now it's huge and free.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the air around this thing is probably the coldest air you've ever felt in your life, especially now that the bubble's down. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that is in 90 feet proximity of this, which is all of you, that the source of the cold is this thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
So is it
Hey,
nice
buddy!
elemental
I
that
call
they
out
need
in
to-
Aquin.
it was Luna's turn last, was it not?
Yes.
Right, I believe the turn order got reset. Had you finished your turn, Luna?
And I
Perfect.
said I backed up.
Yep, I remember as much. So now we've got cultists, and they are... I'm going to put them on the token layer. This guy is the first to go, which means he is the first to start running. This is the guy that John stabbed in the neck, so he's having a great day. Come on, buddy. Oh, no, that's not the way this works. So he makes a break for it, and the ice elemental immediately lashes out at him, which is a 16 to hit.
Plus an extra D4.
The what elemental did you say there?
Extra D4.
Ice elemental.
Uh,
And he gets an extra D4 on his damage from being enlarged.
So you get to bear witness to what it looks like for a human being to be drawn into a swirling mass of jagged ice. There is several crunching sounds, and you see a man be blended into pieces inside an elemental. So an arm of the elemental immediately just turns red.
Nope, nope,
Yep.
nope, nope,
Oh.
nope.
Oh.
Dash action.
And then it's Al's turn.
John just calls out again. Buddy! Gives him the finger guns.
So
Because I'm like 10 feet away right now.
You just hear angry screaming.
I think I'm finally within 30 feet of the paladin.
Well, you were in 30 feet last turn to be able to make the weapon attack. You can, this turn, get into melee with him.
Yeah, so I will run towards him, and I'm not even gonna try and stop. I'll just hold Lucy out to meet his face as I get to him, and use that momentum to stop my run.
Okay.
and hopefully I don't miss terribly. No?
Pretty good.
You bonk a man for 5 weapon damage.
Yeah, and just same hand, bonus action, because I can do that because of this. So bonus action with my elbow, same hand, back of his head.
Fisticuffs.
Okay, 15 does not beat his armor class. So you have a moment where you feel your fist meet slightly weirdly soft metal, and even your low-ass intelligence goes, if I pressed further, I could maybe damage... Nope, this is red hot. Pull back. And your fist just snaps away, still sizzling across the knuckles.
So, I'm there. I'm not even looking at him after I stopped running. I'm looking at the big-ass elemental, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, it has a blended man in one of its arms now.
Yeah, I saw.
And you just ran into it, or ran up to it.
We're already here. Like, we're not gonna outrun this thing. And I did not run all this way to just not fight.
Now, question for Mr. DM.
Mm-hmm.
Does the elemental, like, show signs of damage? It doesn't have a visible health bar.
It doesn't have a visible health bar yet, because no one's dealt any damage to it.
I thought it was screaming in agony from the blending that it was receiving inside of the ball.
I'm guessing that's what it being not happy with imprisonment.
That's not...
I thought it was taking damage while it was in there.
No, that's not dealing hit point damage to it, unfortunately, buddy. That bar is full.
I see. It's okay, because it's friendly.
I see.
I see.
I see what you did there.
I see, it's friendly.
Okay, so that was Al's turn. Yes.
Yeah. Ow, wait,
Perfect.
ow?
Ow, you.
Okay.
Right, that brings us to the elemental. Now, it's got several targets in prime melee range, and it is absolutely not holding back. So, it makes... Hold on a minute. There's a couple of things it can do. You know what? I think it's going to use its ice breath. So it turns towards the nearest 2 cultists that it can get within a relative 30-foot cone, and it's going to release its ice breath, which is this amount of damage. No, that's typoed. Oh, yeah. So regardless of if they make saves or not, 2 of the cultists... John, roll me a percentile dice. I want to know if it's going to bother targeting you as well, because you were standing right next to a cultist. That's very on the low end. So...
Well, usually low is good in 5th edition, right? Because if you want to, let's say,
no, and that wasn't bad, my friend. High is good in 5th edition.
No, it isn't. If you have to roll under your level for the cleric ability, so low is better.
That's the only example.
That's the only example, and that's because it's a difficult check to make. So you need to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw for me.
There's 15.
Okay, so you take 10 cold damage. The cultists either side of you are flash frozen and just... Wait, no, they don't take cold damage, do they?
No.
Okay, so just you. So the cultists are perfectly fine, and the angry ice elemental fails to do damage to them, which really pisses it off.
And it does hurt me.
It does hurt you. So that's good. I'm happy about that. Anyway, that's its turn, which one of the cultists tries to make a break for it again. Let's see if this one does any better. No. Okay, so a second one is crushed clean flat. This one blended into a paste. This guy wasn't even hurt when he tried to flee, but the elemental manages to just crush him splat dead. And then it's the paladin's turn. He is also trying to make a break for it. The elemental can't make an opportunity attack, but both
But I
Croc
can.
and Al can.
Yes, we can.
Swing.
No, we can't.
Al fails, but Croc, that is a hit.
Big damage.
9.
And that is just enough. You brain him into either unconsciousness or death. It's up to you.
It was a lash out, so I'm not sure, but I do know that he's going to be getting cooked the next round. So
What?
even if that didn't kill him, he's still going to be getting smoldered by heat metal.
Right.
Oh, right.
So he's effectively dead.
Right, perfect. Okay. That means I don't have to think about him anymore.
Nope.
So we'll drop him off the turn order. Then one of the cultists finally makes a break for it and gets out of range because the elemental doesn't have its reaction. So one of the guys makes a break for it and gets... He's going to just sprint, so 60 feet.
Was he within melee with me?
No. Actually, would he be? Yes, because the two guys that survived, this is one of them, so he would be in melee with you.
Alright. Oh yeah, I'll take a reaction attack as he runs away. And then...
Absolutely. That is unfortunately a nat 1, so you go to stab and you kind of just stagger forwards. Like there's no...
Yeah, I'm half frozen in place from the fucking ice breath.
Yeah. Like you don't hurt yourself or lose your dagger or anything, but you look like a fucking idiot.
At least you didn't accidentally sheath the dagger in his belt.
Anyway. So that's his turn. That's your reaction, but it's straight back round to your turn, so it's your turn now.
Alright, I'm gonna call out in Aquin. What the hell was that? We freed you. And then I'm gonna call out in Common. I don't remember.
Good talk.
Good talk indeed.
Okay. You're not getting any dialogue out of this guy. He is full Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I see that. Fuck.
If he's an ice elemental, wouldn't it be Icewind?
What?
Never mind.
Shit. I wasn't expecting them to run.
Wait, so you expected them to release the elemental and then fight it?
No. In Common, John's just gonna start cursing, and then he's gonna get away from the elemental. So he's gonna go 20 feet back.
Yep, it does not have a reaction to lash out at you.
So I feel like it would if it could.
You don't know, because this is happening simultaneous to it flattening that previous cultist.
Okay. I'm gonna stop concentrating on enlarge reduce.
Okie dokie.
I'm just gonna let it go.
Blue.
As I run back because I don't know if it's friendly or not, and I don't want to fucking risk it.
Certainly a good play at this point.
Oh man, and I could have done that. Never mind. That's the turn.
Okay, that's your turn. So on to Karak.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna bonus action start burning the fuck out of this dude on the ground who's dying/dead.
The way I believe that works, he just failed a death save, but
I think so.
for all intents and purposes, he's dead.
Oh yeah, for sure. I am just burning him so that there is heat emanating off of him, so that maybe it will have a chance of warming this guy up, so he can go back to being a water elemental and hopefully stop being in pain. And then I am going to smack this cultist in the face with my quarterstaff.
Anyone smell roast pork?
Long pig. That absolutely hits.
Only 5.
Dice gods are in your favor today. All right, well,
Long pig.
Have you not heard of this terminology before?
It's just it's people, right? But I don't know what it's
Yep.
from.
Cannibals.
Yeah, I believe it's cannibals describing the taste of human flesh.
Oh.
I believe so.
Okay, I think you can see his health bar now, but he is still on his feet. He's
Yeah.
taken a nasty like smash, but he's not down yet.
Yep. And for what it's worth, I'm just gonna cycle around so the the ice elemental is between me and him.
Smart play.
Wait, what? The guy is between you and the ice elemental?
Yeah, he's putting the cultist between him and the ice elemental.
I think he said it backwards. I was confused.
Alright, is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay, then we've got another cultist running away, and it hasn't been the ice elemental's turn yet, so he gets 60 feet away. Then it's the guy between you and him. Okay, so this guy sees the writing on the wall based on what's happened previously. He is going to take the disengage action and move 30 feet out. He doesn't want to die today, so he just pieces in a particular direction. And then Luna, it's your turn.
So John is backing away from the elemental. I had backed... Huh?
I just remembered what I wanted to say, but you can have your turn.
No,
Oh,
you can say
sorry.
it.
I was gonna shout out. I can talk to him, but I don't think he's friendly. He's just kind of mad. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know how close me and John are. I would like to move over to him.
I think John is sort of the other side of the elemental. I would say around this area in the theater of the mind.
I would like to think that I was back towards... So, like, we ran into the fight, and then John backed up straight towards
Yeah.
the direction that we came from. I don't
That's
want
what
to
I was
the
thinking.
elemental.
All right, then you'd be around here.
Yeah.
But would I be within 30 feet of him?
From where you are, you could move to within 30 feet of him.
So I'm 60 feet away from him.
I would say you're 45 feet away from him.
Okay, then I'm gonna head towards him and be like, John, you look like shit, come here, and reach out for him. But I can only go as far as I can go. So that's probably my turn. Wait.
You could hold an action to hold a spell so that you could heal him if he moved to you. The unfortunate downside of the way that works in 5th edition is if he doesn't move to you to trigger that happening, you lose the spell.
No, there's too much that could happen in between there. I'll just wait.
Okay.
So I'm headed towards him wherever he's going. That's my turn.
Right. Do you want to cast a spell in the meantime while you're on the way over there?
I don't have anything.
Okie dokie. That is a dead cultist. I don't know what you're doing on the turn order. Get out of here. Al, it's your turn.
I keep looking between the water elemental that we were just told isn't friendly and the guy that's trying to run away that ran past me.
Mm-hmm.
And I
It
decide
might
to
not be friends.
chase after the guy that ran past me, so I'm going for this guy.
Okay.
I think it's still within 30 feet.
Absolutely, because he took the disengage action, so he could only get so far.
So same deal. Bat into unarmed strike.
Okay, well, you kill him with the bat.
Well, the unarmed strike would have missed anyway. Now I don't know. I'll just stand there looking at the fucking water elemental, kinda ready, kinda worried as fuck.
No, against these dumbass cultists, that unarmed strike would still definitely hit.
Oh, that's cool. Do I have movement to go back, like, towards tusks and water elemental?
I believe it was a full 30 feet you just moved,
Okay.
because he ran 30 feet away.
I'll just stand there. Menacing.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay, it is absolutely the elemental's turn.
Tried to reach out to the elemental multiple times, but its car's extended warranty.
Don't make me target you. Alright, so I think Croc is the closest living creature to it at this point, yes?
I think so.
Right, and living creature is all it sees at this point, so it is going to move over to you, and it is coming icy swirling fists first.
Ooh.
Okay, so that is 2 slam attacks. Good fucking god. Okay, so that's a 27 and a 27, which are both natural 20s.
Oh.
I don't necessarily know how that happened, but that's bad. That's very bad for you.
Do you have a backup character prepared?
Down me.
Yeah, I'm just glad that I reduced him.
I mean, after you enlarged him.
Well, I mean...
Well, the enlarge didn't really hurt us.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is a 14 plus 9 bludgeoning.
Oh,
23.
Wait, are you saying there's more? Like,
That's the first hit.
No,
And then
nah.
17 plus 10
Nah,
for the
I'm
second
walking
hit.
away. I'm walking away.
Yeah, I'm down. That just
Okay.
immediately takes me out.
That's its full turn. I didn't expect it to crit twice as soon as it swung at a player.
Okay.
I'm walking. I am literally off of my seat right now, but my head fucking set cord is long enough.
Oh my god.
Kay's just piecing out of the campaign.
no, well, Croc is.
Okay, so the cultist is sprinting away. John, it is your turn.
Okay. It hasn't been talking to me.
Nope.
It's just been angry.
Yep.
I don't have anything that I can do. It wouldn't count as a person, would it?
What do you mean?
For the purposes of the spell charm person.
No, you would need charm monster for that.
Yeah. So none of my spells...
Wait, have you cast a
work.
single spell yet? Other than
Yeah.
Mage Armor?
Yeah, I've cast 2 spells.
Okay. I was
He
still running.
enlarged the ice elemental, which he had to undo.
Yeah, but I was still running.
Because I thought that it would be friendly because it was willing to accept my spell. And that didn't work out.
Nope.
Everyone's gone. We just met Croc today.
No, bad.
But I know he's a player. But we just met him today.
But he helped us. We kind of owe him. Them.
I mean...
And not a man.
Yeah, I corrected myself.
No, it wasn't to you, Kay.
John's not a good person. Oh, bother.
So he's just gonna disappear and abandon us.
John casts invisibility on himself and pieces out.
No. John's gonna cast Blur on himself.
And
Visibly
pieces in.
casting a spell. He's gonna run in and pick up Croc and try to drag him out of range of the elemental. Or them out of range of the elemental.
So do you move to the other side of Croak and then start dragging?
No, don't do that. He's trying to bait you to get Croc to take the attack of opportunity.
No, I'm gonna use myself to shield them to pull them out of range, which is why I cast Blur.
Mm-hmm.
With my
Okay.
negligent hit points.
Okay, so it's going to make an opportunity attack against you.
Yep.
Does a 14 hit you?
With disadvantage?
With disadvantage.
Yes.
Still yes? God damn.
Still yes.
Okay. It clobbers you for 10 bludgeoning damage.
John's unconscious.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh my god.
TPK for session 0?
So when Luna said come here, you heard go get yourself knocked out.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What's the damage?
10.
What kind?
Bludgeoning.
Oh. Is there any ice component?
There was earlier when it blew frost breath on you.
I know, I have absorb elements as a reaction, but I didn't want to use it because I didn't want to cast spells in front of the party.
Unfortunately, that has rendered you unconscious now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double check. Is it definitely all bludgeoning? Yep. The way I have written these guys, they are full bludgeoning on the slam. There is no ice component to that.
Gotcha.
On the slam.
Alright, is that your turn?
I'm unconscious.
He's saying he has no choice other than
What do you want out of me?
be conscious, goddammit!
What would you like to see here, sir?
I would like to see you not make bad choices. Karak, I believe it's back round to your turn, so a death saving throw?
I made
Death
bad
saving throw.
choices. I tried to be a good person.
17.
That's a success.
Is that at advantage? Is that why there's 2?
Yes.
Do you get advantage on death saves?
I do.
Where was this class my entire life?
Is it a class thing?
Well, I mean, they don't know that, but I can DM you if you want.
Fair enough. Alright, so with that over, the cultists run even further away, and it's Luna's turn. Luna, you have 2 unconscious people right next to each other.
Yeah, this is all happening very fast. But do I get the impression that the ice elemental has any interest in me?
It just seems to be locating like living creatures and smashing them with its fist. It's just going buck wild. It hasn't necessarily fixed eyes on you at any point.
Am I close to Croc and John?
You're definitely within 30 feet of them.
Okay. I don't know that I can cast this many spells in one turn.
If you have twin, you can cast 2 spells. If you don't
Yes,
have twin,
but-
you can...
If I go over to them, is it gonna detect my movement is the problem. So I have invisibility, but that's too many spells.
That does sound like too many spells.
Um,
But there's always next turn.
There's always next session with all the new characters.
I'm gonna... Can I fly over to them and, like, drop kind of onto the floor onto them and kind of, like, try to stop moving my wings and stuff to see if it... Like, if I do that and I'm watching it, do I have enough time to detect if it's watching me?
Absolutely.
Or is it too fast?
You can move over there. It doesn't seem to react to your presence. In fact, you notice it has visibly turned its eyes on Al.
Cool,
Great.
Cool.
At least
Cool.
he's got the thing, the thing
Yeah,
that I
share it
cast.
as a disadvantage.
But if I cast more spells, do I lose my concentration?
No, you
No.
only cast the concentration.
Yeah, only if you cast a concentration spell specifically.
Okay, then I am going to twin spell. At second level, it's 3, right? Whoa, what is that sound?
I was plugging my headset back in because I moved too far back.
If I do a second level spell, it's 3 sorcery points, right?
I believe so. I haven't read the metamagic rules in a long-ass while. But I believe it is related to the spell.
I think
level.
twin
One
was
sorcery point
just-
if the spell is a cantrip, so I'd assume
Yeah.
that's 3 for a level 2.
No, twin was just the same thing regardless of the level. Quicken scaled with level, right? Oh
Yeah.
god.
It
that's
says
a lot
under
of that.
twin spell, 1 sorcery point if the spell is a cantrip, so I'd assume it's 3 for a
You
second
spend
level.
sorcery points equal to the spell's levels.
Yeah, so spell level 1 and cantrip are both 1 sorcery point.
Okay,
Spell
okay,
level 2 is 2 sorcery points.
Right,
Okay.
so not 3, 2.
Then I'll be burning 2 sorcery points, and I'm gonna touch. Put a hand on John, put a hand on Croc, because they're obviously close together.
Yep.
Is this gonna let me cast it at level?
If you click it, it should ask you. what
Yeah,
level you
I
want to
just have
cast
so
at.
many windows open right now. Sorry.
Okay, so
A higher level cast of 1?
yep, you rolled
Great.
minimum dice on the higher level cast, but maximum dice on the base spell. So 12 hit
Amazing.
points to both.
To each of them individually, it should be. Right? Isn't
Yes.
that how the spell works?
Yeah, the healing isn't split. Both receive full 12.
And if they immediately become conscious, I'm going to try to say, don't move yet. Be very quiet. That's my
Yeah,
turn.
John will whisper back. Sounds good.
Brooke, listening to her doesn't say anything.
I'm just gonna continue assuming that you're dead.
You guys are cradling each other right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're on the floor. Anyway,
They're sharing a crater.
Yep.
Yes.
Imagine Yamcha, but there's 2 bodies.
Yeah, 2 overlapped Yamcha craters, like
I mean, I go fucking Super Saiyan now?
some very fat
No,
thing has just sat on us.
you
That
just
would
run
be
your
if I
ass
popped
off.
to Krillin.
Oh,
Oh my
fuck
gosh.
yeah. Dude,
Okay.
Yamcha and Krillin are the same character in my head. They're both useless. They're both weird.
That's a horrible thing to say about
No,
Krillin.
one of them pulled 18. The other one
Yeah.
never pulled anyone.
Yeah.
The other one lost Bulma to Vegeta.
Yeah.
That's my turn. Right now.
Losing Bulma to Vegeta? Alright,
I mean, who would want Bulma anyways? But carry on.
Vegeta did. Several
Yeah.
times.
okay. So that brings us to Al's turn.
If someone's gotta die session 0, so Al's gonna go, fuck, I knew this would happen. I knew this was a bad idea. And then start telling, hey, we saved you, you piece of shit. And just jumping up and down and then walking back. Are there rocks around by any chance?
Yeah. You know what? Whenever you ask that, just assume there's rocks everywhere that you are.
Fucking baseball bat or rock at this piece of shit to get it to chase me. Then
Cool.
run away.
You're rolling that one, you're hitting Luna.
Yeah, sure, I don't care. It's a dead.
I'm sitting on
Wow.
top of their faces, though.
Yeah, do I actually
You're
need to
sitting
go?
on their faces?
I had to land
Nice.
to touch them.
Uh-huh.
No wonder I'm alive again.
Oh my
One
God.
second.
Okay, so you deal 8 damage at range to the ice elemental.
It takes off half its health bar?
Wait. Actually, it's not very tanky. It's not very tanky. That's not very much health. It just deals a lot of damage. I'll just
Al
start trying to
starts
go
walking towards it.
You know? Yeah, I'll run away to the opposite direction of the, like, if they're down here, I want to run up there.
Okay.
How do you expect me to hit you if you don't get any closer?
So, like here?
Max movement, yeah, sure, whatever. Maybe more like this, but yeah. Doesn't matter.
There you go.
It's fucked.
Is that your turn?
Nothing else I can do, I don't think. Yeah,
Okay.
no.
So, this slightly frozen water elemental moves its full movement of 20 feet, and then
okay.
another 20 feet.
Mm.
I don't think it quite gets to you, Al. But it's coming. It's trucking its way at you.
You know what? If only I could fucking dash, it would have had no fucking way to get me. But no!
Too
Yep,
much
if
muscle.
only you hadn't burned all your dash getting here.
I love how Al takes forever to get here, and then the second he's here, he's like, okay, bye.
I am saving your lives!
The barbarian kiting.
Titarian.
That's its turn. Well, actually, it's got one thing it can do at range, but let's see if it recharges.
Wait, didn't it use its action to dash?
It did.
It did indeed, but I needed to see if that recharged.
Okay.
If that recharged, I would have just laid down and accepted my death.
Oh no,
it
it
has disadvantage
recharged.
against you.
I will lay it.
It just
Disadvantage
burned
doesn't.
it burned its action to dash, and that's not a thing where there's
Yeah,
an attack
it
roll.
affects my saving throw, not his disadvantage.
Right, so it's now John's turn.
Okay. Since I've already fucking cast spells, I'm like, fucking whatever. I stand up in a huff, fucking firebolt. Let's go. Burn this bitch alive.
Which one?
Me,
Now, of
definitely
course.
me.
The fire or the ice elemental. I'm hoping fire will be super effective.
The soon-to-be fire elemental.
The icy elemental. I'm gonna call out in a rage. You were supposed to be on our side. Whatever.
Yep,
awkward
that
sounds
deals an amount of damage to the ice elemental, as is reflected by its health bar. It does look fire is particularly effective against this thing.
like.
Oh, it does.
It destabilizes it quite considerably, as some of it reverts to water and starts swirling almost out of control.
Yep. And then I want to move 20 feet farther away.
Towards
That way
the
you can't close
cultists?
the gap on me.
That is the maximum, I think. No, your maximum is 15 right now, because it's half your movement to get up.
It says 5 in your rules.
Is it?
I thought so. I could
Uh,
have sworn I read that it was 5 feet of movement to stand up in your rules. However, if that's not true, I will definitely move back 15 feet.
No, I think you're thinking of the athlete thing.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Oh,
Did you
see,
take
okay,
the
so what it
athlete
was is I clicked on house rules, but my mouse was over flavor feats, so I'm just stupid
Yes.
as shit.
so you get a flavor feat every time you get an ASI.
Gotcha.
So when you get an ASI, you could get the athlete thing. For now, it's half your movement to get up.
Alright, so I've moved 15 feet from
Hmm.
Kruk and the elemental. So I'm 55 feet away from the elemental.
Okay. Crocodile, it's now your turn.
Okay, Croc is going to stand up, and if she wants, put Luna on their shoulder.
Yep.
And say, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
And then just like, I mean, we should probably go, but I don't have any fire.
Well, use your staff.
I take it. Oh wait, oh no. The cultists that are like shredded to pieces inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I assume that they were not wearing a substantial amount of metal?
Unfortunately, not robes.
Yeah, that's.
Wait,
that
are
checks
there
out.
swords? Because they were wielding scimitars. Are there scimitars within the elemental? Huh.
The scimitars didn't necessarily get pulled in. They're a bit too heavy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that does check out.
It sure does.
Scimitars are heavy, but a fucking person isn't?
A shredded person in the pieces they are aren't necessarily heavy individually.
Wouldn't be a D&D game if we weren't stretching the rules as far as we could for our own benefit.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to ask these things just before anything goes too horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Two people
'cause it
went
has them
down. I
already.
think it's. I
It
think
has
it's
them
past
already
that
done.
threshold.
Okay. I will. Rock will start. Gonna.
Before was fucking. I'm gonna just. Because I didn't know how to react to this.
Yeah, that was rough.
Uh-huh.
See, you guys still wouldn't know if John was a wizard if that didn't fucking happen.
Wait, we know John's a wizard?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's been openly casting spells now.
That was 50 damage against one level 3 character.
Yeah.
So far I've cast Blur and Fire Bolt in front of you guys.
To be honest, there's been so much going on, I don't know that Luna's noticed.
Which is fair. I will play that off if I can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to call upon my Nature's Wrath transformation.
Hmm?
which is an action. I don't think I really have.
Is it an action? I thought everything wild shape related was a bonus action.
For Circle of the Moon, specifically.
Yeah, only for Circle of the Moon.
Hmm.
With all other, I believe anyway, all other druid classes, they're like stars and wildfire druids. Their thing is an action. Oh no, hang on, it's a bonus action to enter starry form. It's a bonus action to magically summon your incorporeal spirit totem spirit, and it is a action to summon your wildfire spirit as. So it's your call, really.
This is a key class feature. This should be a bonus action.
Okay, so I will bonus action call upon my Nature's Wrath. I will point out, by the way, that my token isn't actually attached to my character sheet.
It bloody well should be.
Because when I changed my AC on my character sheet, it didn't update on my token, because my AC went down by 2.
The bars aren't actually linked right now. Not history proficiency, for fuck's sake.
It's so important.
Give me a second. Roll20 is just being
We're still all gonna die.
a treat. But yeah, I'll get that sorted out while you figure out what you're doing.
Cool. Do you know what? I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire on the elemental.
Ooh.
Okay, so if I save that. Right. Is there a save related to
yes.
that?
It is a dexterity saving throw.
Perfect. And if I wasn't trying to re-add your token to your sheet, that would be happening now.
Of course.
Dexterity saving throw. Its dex is amazing, so it rolls a 5, so it is now glowing in what color would you like it to be glowing?
Green.
Okay, so it is now a lime slushy elemental.
Yep. Lime slushy flavor, guys.
Did that tint it? There we go.
And I believe, yep. That's just working. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't do maths.
It is I, your Lord and Savior. What do you need from me?
Okay, I managed to do maths.
Why is it green? Why does it confuse me?
Why
Because
are
he
you
turned
green?
it green. Why weren't you listening?
I was listening. Fair Fire doesn't turn it green.
Fairy Fire turns it any color you want it to.
Really?
It's outlined. It's outlined in glowing green.
Fair enough.
It's an orc now.
Yeah, it's been orcified.
That works for red.
What? Orcs are naturally grey-skinned in Dungeons and Dragons.
Real.
Yep.
Oh.
That is my turn. I think. How far away am I from it? By the way, is it like the 40 feet that it charged after Al?
Yeah, about that.
Okay, I'm just gonna move me and Luna like 10 feet back, so that if it charges like 40 feet towards me, it's gonna fall short. I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! How far was that fucking ice breath? That ice breath was like 30 feet.
30-foot cone, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna move the full 30. And yep. That's all I got.
Okay. So 30 towards it, yeah?
No, 30 away from it.
30 away from it. Okay. This should update your token.
How if it's an extra 30 away, how far would that put us?
70 feet away from it.
I'm
If you're
gonna hop off then.
Okie dokie.
I want to stay within 60 feet of it.
So you just pop your wings and remain behind as Crush moves away.
Yep.
Which, is that the end of your turn?
It is indeed.
Okay, so it's Luna's turn.
How far away is Owl from the elemental?
I believe he's actually only 10 feet away from it, if my math is correct.
So I'm
believe so.
70 feet from him?
Yes.
Can I...
No, you're only 50 feet away from Al. If you didn't move with me. Because the elemental was only 40 feet away from us, and I put 30 between me and it.
Okay.
So you're only 50 feet away from Al.
Well, either way, I could move or not, but I'm gonna use a bonus action. But if I do that now, actually no, I can't do that. I forgot that was also concentration. I don't know if there's anything I can do then. I convert a spell slot into sorcery points at first level.
Okie dokie. So you're not moving anyway, you're just gonna stay where you are?
Yeah.
Alrighty. That leads us on... Sorry.
I assume I can't, because I converted points, I don't, like, I can't take, like, the dodge action or anything?
Can
Yeah, you can, because converting points is a bonus action and dodge action is a main action, so you can absolutely
okay.
do that.
Then I do that.
Okay.
Oh, it's a very important question. Is there such thing as double disadvantage
No.
on an attack roll?
If
Not
you
in
have
5e.
disadvantage, you have disadvantage. They don't stack.
Cool.
You can
So,
get double advantage
No, you can't.
as an elven accuracy.
well, yeah, but
Okay, yeah, but he's not
exclusively
an
because
elf.
of Elven. Yeah. Doesn't matter. I want to give the thing double disadvantage, but I can't. So, rock throw.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
If it rolls, I press the thing. No.
Okay, you deal additional 4 bludgeoning damage to the elemental.
And the very effective tactic of running away. 30 feet.
You can roll with advantage, I believe. Fairy Fire gives advantage on attack rolls.
Yeah, but I mean,
You could crit.
sure, I'll look for the crit.
Yeah, you might crit with a rock. No, you don't.
Nope, exactly the same roll again.
I'm over here now,
Okay.
and that's it. It can move only 20 feet, so maybe I'm okay.
Well, no, it can move 20 feet and then another 20 feet.
Yeah, but if it moves another 20 feet, it can't hit me.
Right, well, you were 10 feet away from it. You moved 30.
So
So
I'm
you're...
40. It needs to dash to get to me, right?
Yep, but then you're within range, so if you run away, it gets a reaction attack.
Well, then I'm out of options. What the fuck do you want me to do? It's a lot.
Double dash. Just kite. Don't attack. Just kite.
I don't have dash. I'm exhausted from those failing.
Yeah, he's out of dashes, remember?
Oh,
This is
that's
the
right.
same combat, so
This is the only
yeah.
problem I'm having.
he's out of breath already. So is that your turn then, Al?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. Let's see. So the ice elemental has a choice here, and it's a toss of a coin choice.
Toss a coin.
Okay, so it had the opportunity to just rampage off into the forest. It's decided it really doesn't like Al.
Checks out.
Those rocks have been pissing it off, so it dashes towards Al, but can't actually do anything when it gets there. I just need to drop the cultists off the turn order.
Oh, so yeah, are they even in visual range anymore?
No, they're gone. That brings us to John.
All right. So fairy fired, rolling with advantage, firebolt. 21 to hit
21 definitely hits.
for 6.
Okie dokie.
And I'm gonna keep myself within 100 feet of it. So I'm gonna move with it, even though Al looks like he's doing a circle.
Yep, fair enough.
I was trying to go 30 feet without having to move the map, and there was no 30 feet behind me, so...
Yeah.
But are you continuing in a straight line, Al?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I will keep up within 100 feet. That way, it's just a short move for me.
Right.
Actually, wait. If he moves 20 feet, 50, so I'll stay within 60 feet.
Roger that. Okay. Croc.
Okay, so at the moment, oh, God, I'm just trying to keep all this. Is Al currently within 60 feet of me?
He just moved an additional 30 feet away, so I don't believe so.
Yeah, you were 70 feet away,
I was
and he
walking
just
in a
moved
straight
30
line.
more, so it should be around 100.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move 30 feet towards
Mm-hmm.
them. And as I do so, just in case, I'm going to burn one of my first level spell slots to heal myself a little bit.
Okie dokie.
So 1d6. That's good. Okay. Patch up some of those wounds. That's a bonus action. So he was 100 feet away from me. Now he's 70 feet away from me.
Yep.
Not really anything else I can do with my action.
Except dash.
Yeah.
Which I believe, as again, this is the same combat. You and John still can dash, but you're making Constitution saves to see if you're if you run out of ability to dash.
Oh.
I think also, based on my theater of the mind, you should be nearby to the corpse of the apprentice paladin, and he had a crossbow. So I'm not sure what your proficiency is, but you could start hucking crossbow bolts.
There is a crispy corpse on the ground.
There's a crispy corpse on the ground. I don't have crossbow proficiencies.
It's only 2 at this level, so it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
So do we have only 2 people that can actually hit this thing, and one of them is running around?
Yes.
Okay,
Is your only attack the Ray of Frost?
pretty much.
Yeah, with my action, would I be able to pick up and string the crossbow? Like, pick it up and load it? Like, object and action to pick it up, and then action to cock it and load it?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right.
I know with the loading mechanism, they do take an action to load.
Mm-hmm.
Will it take an action to load? I thought with the loading that you could only fire once per turn, regardless of the number of attacks that you had.
Yes, but the guy had just shot me, so it wasn't loaded.
Ah, you have a great memory.
All right. Well, you've loaded the crossbow and have it at the ready. Is that your turn?
It is, yes. I have a plan for next turn if we want to just start lagging it, but I don't know if it'll work.
Okay. Well, Luna, it's round to your turn.
How How far away is the elemental now by now?
I believe we calculated it to be 70 feet from you. Because I think, like, Churuk moved away and then moved back, so I think you're kind of close to each other.
Fairly close, yep.
Yeah, pretty much anything I could do to help Al, I would need to be closer for. I don't know. I guess I move 30 feet closer. However much that would be. And take the dodge action again. I really don't have anything I can do.
Fair enough. If you want to think outside the box and do stuff that's like not on your character sheet, though, like that's perfectly acceptable too. Just whatever Luna would do in this particular situation.
Well, what Luna would do would be a really poor decision, so I shouldn't do that.
What would Luna do?
Poor decisions are fun. John made one earlier.
I would fly up as close as possible and probably shoot a ray of frost at it and shout, "Hey, ugly! I was on their side all along. Pay attention to me."
Do you want to do that, or is that too poor of a decision?
That's what I'm saying. It's a pretty poor decision. I mean, my intellect is pretty low, and I am chaotic in nature, so...
Do you want to try and distract it from Al?
Sure.
Okay.
With a whole no-hitting.
Yeah, your ray of frost goes wide. Do you want to still shout, "Hey, ugly, I was on their side all along"?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, roll me a persuasion check with charisma.
Persuasion?
Yep. Okay, 20. That's very convincing.
Wouldn't it be deception?
You're not lying.
I'm not on the cultist side.
Oh, well, when you said they, I thought you meant these idiots.
No.
To be honest,
no. They were using
it-
ice against it, so I meant like, hey, I have ice too, so I was on their
course,
side.
it's not a different roll. Your
I know, it's
persuasion
exactly
and
the
deception
same.
are exactly the same.
I'm just
so it's still
saying,
a 20.
for clarification.
Okay, yes. You've successfully deceived this ice elemental in common.
Oh
I
yeah.
was just about to say,
it speaks
if
common?
if it understands, yeah.
Actually, wait. I would say in Draconic, because they were speaking Draconic.
They were indeed speaking Draconic. With that roll, it doesn't necessarily understand Draconic, but it knows the cultists were speaking Draconic, and it knows you're now speaking Draconic. So it pauses, like, it was rising up to swing at Al, it pauses mid-swing, and, like, the head, like, the shoulders don't swivel, the head just turns towards you like an owl.
Yeah, I don't know what to do now. That's my turn.
That is your turn, okay. Al.
Of options anyway, so I'm just standing and fighting. Time to trust in good old Lucy. This is a normal fucking baseball bat hit. And then an unarmed strike.
Okay, both of those hit for 8 then 4, so 12 damage.
Just in case it goes into does understand common, I'll just go, listen here, you draconic slave piece of shit. That's all I have to say. I really can't think of anything clever, but please leave me alone.
Okay, so a creature that touches the elemental or hits it with a melee attack
I expected that. Just
while within 5 feet takes 3 cold damage. So
But
6?
does he have advantage on that?
It's not, and it's not a save. I just take 6 damage because
it's per time someone hits it with melee while within 5 feet.
Yeah, but
Oops.
Kay has advantage on attack rolls, so he can fish for crit.
Do I have it? Oh,
Yep, because it's very fast.
okay. 1 second. So I need to roll both again.
I was gonna say, or you could just roll 2 more d20s.
Whatever. It doesn't work.
No crit, sorry. Alright, is that your turn, Al?
Yep.
Okay.
Fuck. It does have disadvantage, but I have very low AC.
Yes.
What is?
And if it walks away, I'll be sad. No, I'm just standing there.
It does walk away. It dashes 40 feet towards
Good
Luna.
knowing you.
It doesn't necessarily get to Luna, because I believe we concluded you were, what, 70 feet away? But
Yeah.
then you moved closer, so...
I had to have been within 60 feet to cast Rainfast.
Yeah.
Right, and it can move 40, so you're 20 feet away.
Hi.
It takes 6 more damage, and I take 3 more.
Yep. So 6 more damage, there you go.
Spicy.
John?
Yeah, I was just waiting for it to be my turn.
Yes, it is John's turn.
Okay, so it just moved 30 feet closer to me, or
Mhm.
40 feet closer. So I'm gonna move 30 feet back, so I'm 50 feet away, if my math is right.
Right.
And then 14 hit.
14 is its armor class, and if it meets, it beats.
So why am I damage so low? But in fact,
That is, in fact, average. You're rolling a d10.
Mm-hmm.
oh well, I haven't had anything above average. I've been perfect average.
You're dealing double damage to it, though, so...
Yep.
I know, but I want to hit it for 20. I want big damage. I want big number.
Okay.
I mean, you're not getting laid out anymore, so
Yeah.
No, I'm
He's not
I'm
lucky.
trying to be conscious of that.
you are conscious.
I tried to save Croc, and I didn't.
It's deeply appreciated, though.
I did the thing that I said I would never do and reveal my nature to the party, even though they may not know it. John is having a
Session
fucking
0.
crisis. John is having a fucking crisis. Yeah, it's a good time.
It's a day.
Everyone's having a fucking crisis.
I mean, I'm fine.
Rock's doing okay.
Really? After being knocked unconscious?
No,
Yeah,
ours,
And the one with aggro?
So that's sorry, that was move, action, and no bonus for me. We're all set.
Okay. So, Croc.
Okay, so I was within 70 feet of it,
I could have kept
Mhm.
myself alive. I need to read my class.
and then it moved 30 feet to... No, sorry, it moved 40 feet towards
Luna.
Luna. Ergo 40 feet towards me as well,
Yes.
which puts it within 30 feet of me.
Mm-hmm.
Croc tosses the crossbow aside, plunges their hand into the swamp,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to cast Earthen Grasp,
Go for it.
and the earth is just going to erupt up around it and attempt to grab it.
Well,
So I choose a 5-foot square unoccupied space on the ground that I can see within range. The range is 30 feet. A medium hand made from compacted soil rises there and reaches for one creature that you can see within 5 feet of it.
Mm-hmm.
Creature must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage and is restrained for the spell's duration.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to grab it.
What is your spell save DC?
Where the hell's my character sheet? I lost it in all the madness. It is only a 14.
It rolls a 16 on the strength save.
Fuck.
Does it still
Apologies.
take damage if it saves, or is it just scot-free?
Some action like crush. I think it just gets away scot-free.
That is immensely disappointing.
However, if it's okay with you, it's my habitat, so it's more like, bulging plant matter and like vines
Yeah.
rather than like an earth-shaped hand. It's still there though.
Right. So there's a little
Uh,
earth hand near it now.
Yeah, and I can, as an action, I can cause it to reach again.
Mm-hmm.
So, I may try again next round.
Okie dokie.
Really hoping that would work.
That brings us around to Luna's turn.
It's not in range to opportunity attack me, right?
Nope, it is 20 feet away from you, I believe we calculated.
Yeah, I'm gonna, like... I don't want to run it out of range of everybody, so I guess I'll go this way?
Mm-hmm.
30 feet, and then can I take the dash action?
If you take the dash action, yes, you can move another 30 feet.
Then yeah, I'm moving a full 60. And just fucking the fuck out of there.
So, in the first 30 feet move, because you moved up rather than directly away from it, I would say that put you 40 feet away, so you're now 50, 60, 70 feet away from it.
3 turns it has to take to be able to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the difference, but okay.
Just doing the mental math so everyone knows where everyone is. Is that your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Al?
Rock to the face.
Are you close enough for rock to the face?
Moved 40 feet away from you, so I
Okay,
don't think so.
so I need to move 10 feet, right?
Sure, if you want to be at max distance.
I will take it.
Okay, so you bludgeon it with another rock.
It is dealing so no damage, but there's nothing better I can do, so... I'm not sure it counts as... No, I can't do anything else.
That's your full turn then?
Sure.
Okay. On the Ice Elemental's turn, it's going to move towards Luna and dash, so it's 40 feet closer, so that 70 is cut down to... 30? And that's its full turn, which leads us to John.
Firebolt!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just so close to the crit.
There you go.
There you
Damage,
go.
there we go.
There's the exact damage number you wanted.
Yes!
Big and meaty chunk.
So a searing bolt goes through part of its head and kind of knocks it off balance. That really dealt a lot.
Yes. And then I'll move to be within 70 feet of it.
Okay. Croc.
So I'm reading Earth and Grasp. I don't think I can move the fucking thing.
So it's just there, now 40 feet away from it.
It's just there, unless somebody manages to lead the thing back to my Earth and Grasp. It's just a little viney hand
I might
looking
have a trick.
slightly dejected.
If it gets too close to me, I have a trick.
I was going to say, I just imagine the hand doing a middle finger towards the Ice Elemental now.
Yeah, it's not inaccurate. Good God, okay, don't have any second level spells left.
Or hold on, as an action, you can cause the hand to reach for a different creature or move to a different unoccupied space within range.
Oh, okay. So
the range is 30 feet, so it can move 30 feet.
Okay.
So is that in range of the hand or in range of you?
I presume from the point where I initially cast it.
I assume the way spellcasting works that you could move and then move it to an unoccupied space within range, as in it's a concentration spell, so you just get to basically recast it.
Oh, so I ignore that pile of, plant matter, jog forward and bring the same energy up in another pile.
Yeah.
I'll do that then.
Okay.
I'll lightly jog.
Mm-hmm.
I think I only need to jog 10 feet because I moved 40 feet away.
Yes.
From me. And I will attempt to, again, plant matter hand. grab it.
Okay, so that is a strength save. This time it rolls an 8, so...
Alright. The hand grabs it, so it takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage,
Mm-hmm.
which is 8.
So it takes 8 damage, and it's at this point that you notice it basically moving through the vines, and you have discovered that this creature is immune to being restrained.
Woo!
but they literally had it restrained.
No, they
In
had
a
it
sphere.
contained.
Bullshit.
Contained and restrained and not the same thing.
Yeah, the spell that they were using could have been paralyzing it, which is a different thing.
Trapping somebody in a bubble versus holding them down against the floors are two different
Yeah.
methods.
Yeah, to be fair, holding water down with vines probably isn't the best choice in the world.
Or
But
ice,
it did damage.
which tends to be very slippery. It did indeed do damage at range.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay. I'm a bit. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Would you guys kill it already?
It's looking a bit ropey, Luna, but it is still kind of staggering itself towards you.
I only had to move like 10 feet. I'm gonna have moved 15 feet. Just like jog that 15 feet towards it.
Yeah. So at this point in the combat, I will mention with its health where it is, you're noticing the ambient temperature is a lot warmer than it was. It's still not above freezing yet,
Yeah.
but that's considerably better.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, Luna,
Yes?
it is your turn.
Oh, fuck. How close is it now?
It moved 40 feet closer to you, so it is 30 feet away.
Lovely.
You can just kite it to hell, honestly.
I'm gonna go...
Almost got it!
I'm gonna go another 60 feet this way, so action and then dash.
Mm-hmm.
And risk ending my turn there.
Yep, okay. You are kiting it around in a circle.
I'm not circling, I'm just going straight back.
Doing
Fair
everything we can.
They can chase after it.
Al, it is your turn.
Or is it even at this point? Like, is it the 20 feet away?
It's like 60 feet away from you? No, it moved 40, you were 10, it's 50 feet away from you.
But I moved 10 towards it last turn.
You did.
Whatever,
Yeah,
I'll
Or
And then
away.
it moved 40, and
I'll
that
move-
adds up to 50.
move 30 towards it.
Okay.
Wait,
so-
everyone makes fun of me for my math skills. I'm just gonna point that out. Like, y'all can't talk.
uh-huh.
Duh.
And try to throw a rock at it.
Throw a rock.
But we're not engineers, that's why.
Ooh, that's okay.
Are you baseball batting a rock or throwing one?
Baseball batting a rock, and I tried to fish for a crit, and it didn't work.
Okay. So,
Roll the
You-
90.
pelt another rock through it and see ice scatter out of the thing. There's now a rock floating around it. There's actually several rocks floating around in there, mashed in with the ice.
Should have just done college fucking baseball and not been here. Like,
It's
There's
the
lots of
rule of
baseball.
Tiamat. There is no college baseball.
that wouldn't have been here.
Al's gonna invent it.
Actually, that's a pretty good point. Do the dragons get bored and then gamble on human sports?
They don't let their humans do sports. They keep the humans as slaves.
The
I
humans
need to roll up
are
a
the
card.
sport.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
much
need to roll-
gladiatorial death arenas or hunting humans for fun. Okay, so at this point, Luna's getting pretty far away. He's taking damage from several areas. He doesn't necessarily know where to go or what to do. How close did you say you were, Al?
I'm 20 feet, and I'm ready for this. I have a plan.
Okay, it turns around and just belches an ice breath at Al.
This is oh no, I do not have a plan. Wait a second. That was not part of the deal. Okay, sure. What save? Constitution?
Yeah, DC 15 Constitution save.
Is that an
you!
attack roll?
It's not an attack roll.
Damn it.
What was that? I could have been dashing all the time. What were these rolls?
You wanted this on the Okay, you take 10 damage.
Okay, but hold on. No. This puts me below half health, which means I get to use what the fuck is it called? This.
You take damage that reduces you to half your maximum hit points. You can use your reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to your Pugilist level and Constitution modifier, and you regain all Moxie points.
So I have 6 temporary hit points, and I didn't use any Moxie because I haven't been in melee for more than fucking 6 seconds. But sure, I have 6 temp HP.
Bazinga.
Why is your red bar your speed and not your temp hit points?
You tell me.
I don't even use the red bar.
I have fucked up.
There have been no 10 hit points, I don't think. So...
Okay, session 0. That's what this is for.
Do you want me to change that? I think I can.
No. I have to change it.
Okay.
No. I don't even have a red bar. I just have a bubble.
You should have a red bar if HP actually goes in there.
Nope. I just have a green bar. Nothing else.
So if you set it to 10... Oh yeah, I don't get a red bar. I only have green as well.
Alright, well...
I don't have a blue bar either.
Well, you shouldn't have a blue bar. Because the blue number is your AC. Alright, there we go. So was that your full turn, Al?
It was its turn, not mine.
Oh, right. I am.
Was
totally
it your
on
full
the
turn, DM?
Then yes, that is its turn. But you know what? It's still got movement, so it'll move the 20 feet that it can closer to Al.
Bring it.
How far away was Al?
20 feet.
Then perfect. It's in melee. I could have done 2 bludgeon attacks.
That's
At
what
disadvantage.
I was banking on.
It
wasn't
thinking
It's already.
clearly.
It's already.
Yeah,
breathed at me.
It already did its breath, so it's John's turn now.
All right. In that case, Firebolt! 15 to hit
Yep, 15 hits.
for very
6
little
hull
damage.
damage.
And then I'll move to within 70 feet.
Okay. So it's Crunch's turn.
Okay. I will jog after it.
That name gets more
and-
fucked up every time it's said.
Oh yeah, it was bound to happen. And my hand will try to grab it again, because I think that's an action to do that.
Okay.
As an action, you can cause the hand to reach for a different creature.
Yep.
So another strength save from it.
Okay. And the strength save is relevant to see if it takes the damage. That is a 19. It calls HR on you.
Yep. Al's
Because
not
he was
looking...
Human resources, because he's trying to grab it. There's a sexual harassment joke.
Funny.
God damn
No, I'm not looking very good.
I will bonus action healing word Al
That gives me a lot more options.
for 8.
That gives me a lot more options.
it. Really, I was hoping the option would be die.
Good, it still is. It really still is.
Still a possibility. And yeah, that's...
So, Luna's turn?
Yeah.
How far away is it?
Very far.
Okay, you were 70 feet away. It moved 20 feet.
Oh no, yeah. You can move to 20.
Okay,
So
can I
90 feet away.
go 30 feet back towards it?
Yep.
And so that puts me within 60, right?
Yep,
Yep.
you are 60 feet away on the dot.
I'm going to. Can I remember what the cultists were chanting in Draconic?
Make an intelligence check.
Like, I remember as the player, but can my character remember?
That's what the intelligence check is for. Sure, yeah.
Okay. I am going to start chanting, like, squeeze and claw and whatever in Draconic like they were, and I'm gonna, like, at it and try to Ray Frost it again.
Okay, that definitely hits.
You sure it's immune to ice?
No, you heal it 1 hit point.
Oh no!
Are you serious?
This is the first time you've actually hit with one that I can say that, and yeah, thankfully you rolled minimum, so you regenerate it 1 hit point.
But they were okay. They were using ice stuff on it, and that's fine.
They were not. They were binding it in a bubble.
I mean, it regenerates it 1 hit point, but it still wails in pain and like snaps its head around towards Luna. So, like, health-wise, it's doing better.
Mental anguish-wise.
Yeah, mental anguish-wise, it wants to tear your fucking world asunder.
A mission accomplished, then. I keep chanting.
Mm-hmm. It's working.
Good.
Oh, no.
Okay. Al, it's your turn.
It looks low, but I don't know how much health that is, so do I keep defensive options, or do I just...
Buddy, I'm not here to answer what your character would do. I'm here to ask what your character would do.
Well, I'm here to ask too, so someone give me a fucking answer!
It's going to work poorly, however it
You're
goes.
playing Al, you have to play Al.
Yeah, so does it, like, look hurt? How does a water elemental look when it's hurt?
It looks like the ice that was swirling around in it before is now kind of making it wobble all over the place because it's spinning out of control. So the ice is actually exiting the water now and being dragged back in. It looks like it's breaking apart.
Okay, I am going to keep a defensive option. So, slam, then punch. I think both miss. Or 1 miss, at least. Oh, wait, I have advantage. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking
1
guy.
miss.
Okay, so the unarmed strike misses, but Lucy connects.
So that's however many damage? 7? 6?
You rolled 6 first, so I'll take the 6.
3 damage off of my temporary hit points. Just to make sure, temporary hit points does not stack, right? So if
It does not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Are temporary hit points replaced, or does the higher number prevail?
A higher number prevails.
Okay.
Alright. So, the Ice Elemental is sick of this shit. It's really pissed at Luna. It's also smart enough to know that it can't reach her. So, Al, I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Try and eat me.
No, not quite.
14.
Okay, I need you to beat a natural 20-24.
How am I supposed to do? What?
Okay, so you guys watch as the Ice Elemental grabs Al and hucks him at Luna.
What? What?
Wow, it's hitting a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Wait, whoa!
So that is a 21 to hit
Against me or her?
against Luna.
How much damage do I deal?
An elemental can throw a person 60 fucking feet? That's nutty.
A enraged size larger elemental absolutely can.
It's not
It's
size
not
larger.
size larger anymore.
Okay,
I
wait.
dropped that forever ago.
How much damage is that?
It's a size larger than you guys.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
it's 11 bludgeoning damage split between the two of you, so you take 5 and Al takes 5.
So I take 2 damage. Oh, no, that is not what I meant to do.
No, you don't have 2 health, you take 2 damage.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Wow.
And Al, you are now here. Although it grabbed you, moved 20 feet, and then hucked.
So does that mean I'm on the ground now?
Not necessarily. You're very small. You didn't necessarily have to fall under Al. He just like battered into you.
Yeah.
I don't think I would survive an owl hitting me.
Well, you were airborne, so it's not like you were crushed against anything. So you probably flew back with his momentum and then righted yourself.
So that's how the stones feel. Cool.
So that was the Ice Elemental's turn. We're around to John.
21 to hit.
Max damage. Come on. Kill it.
That hits.
Never mind.
Not max damage.
Moved
Still
to within
6.
70 feet.
Still counts.
Yep.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Croc?
Okay. If I run 30 feet, will I be next to it?
Sure.
Because
At this point,
it's getting
distant.
confusing.
Yep.
So Croc is just going to drop their quarterstaff, run towards this thing, and as they do so, their fist just bulges up, and they are just going to sucker punch it right in the face.
Okay.
Come on, baby. 20 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Wait. Did you just punch it?
And I'm going with bludgeoning, obviously, because it's fist time.
Okay, so that's 11 damage, and how do you want to do this?
Oh, he punched it to death.
Yeah, Croc just runs at it and does that that thing where they just jump and just boom, just punches its watery head so hard that the water just sprays out.
Yeah, you shatter the ice in its head, and it starts to lose cohesion. So the ice starts flying around in every direction, and it starts falling apart. But the thing you guys notice more than anything else is the temperature shoots up another spike, and it is now about freezing, which is considerably warmer than it has been.
It's too hot now.
I mean, it's not that bad.
Freezing is too hot.
Start packing up my bedroll.
Reasons.
Finally, I can put this back in my backpack.
Get up, Al.
Do I have to? Ow, it hurts. And I slowly get up.
And way over time and not what it was supposed to be, that's where I'm going to end session 0.
Yeah, session 0, quote unquote.